Yo, yo, yo! Here we are for, well, the third and final attempt of the night. I had to put some stuff together so I could start. I wasn't going to put out the same content, so I had to come up with some different stuff to show to cover the first half. So, yeah, I got some new stuff, and then we'll get to what was in the original title. But, I wonder if Ryan's gonna pop in here. All right, everybody. I hope everybody's doing well. Let me see if I got my thing ready to go. Oh yeah, it's like right here. Boom. Hi guys, let's get this show on the show. There's Ryan. He's popped in. There's Candy. Oops. I did not mean to hit that. I hope that wasn't in the head. I did not mean to do that. YouTube, you guys are screwy. You just want to hit me with ads, and I can't even, like, skip. Gosh, YouTube. Come on, YouTube. Do better. Do better. How you doing, Candy? Good to see you back. Let's go. See if I can make magic one more time. I'm going to be honest. If not, I'm just going to mess around for a minute and then quit. Not post it. We'll see.
Mayors say they are deeply concerned and frustrated by the fraud and unchecked spending from state officials. They say the state $3 billion in deficits in 2028.
You say my mic is, dude? Is it still? Let me know now.
Their letter goes on to say, as mayors, we see firsthand how these decisions ripple outward. Our state owes it to our citizens to practice responsible fiscal management and to stop taxing our families, seniors, and businesses out of Minnesota. We urge the legislature to course correct and to remember that every dollar you manage belongs not to the capital, but to the people of Minnesota.
Joining us now is the Brewer Group CEO, Jack Brewer, lived in Minnesota for many years of his adult life. Jack, what's your reaction to this letter?
You know, I've said it for years. Unfortunately, Minnesota has become the capital of chaos. You know, liberals have sat there and watched this beautiful city and this great city, just become the laughing stock of America. At some point, you have to do something about it. I mean, no human being could have the perspective and the thoughts and the liberalism in their mind, like a Tim Walz, like a Keith Ellerson. You expect these type of moves because they've been allowed to do whatever they want. I mean, to promote some of the things that they promote, you understand exactly what's down deeper in their soul. And so, you can't put anything by them. And so I don't know why the citizens of Minnesota would have ever trusted a man that puts tampons in kids' locker rooms and promotes the things that he promotes. And so, you know, it's just sad to see that Minnesota now has become literally the laughing stock of America.
Yeah, well, we were originally told that it was $1 billion in fraud, and now we're learning that could be just the tip of the iceberg, and there are reports now that say that it could be upwards of $9 billion in fraud. That's taxpayers.
$9 billion?
Minority Whip Tom Emmer is also saying this about the WALTZ administration and their knowledge of fraud, saying, quote, I think as they start to peel this onion back, which just seems to be getting deeper and deeper and broader, whoever was responsible needs to be held accountable. My personal opinion is there is no way that $1 billion plus.
Do you guys think he's going to get in trouble? Is my mic fine too? Do you guys think he's going to get in trouble?
Got its way out of the WALTZ administration without someone in the administration being aware and or complicit. What do you think about that?
I think he's dead on. I mean, there's a special place in heaven for Republicans in Minnesota who have stood the line and stood up to these liberals. I mean, it's really sad when you see a guy like Tim Walz and what he's been allowed to do. I mean, not just Minnesotans. I mean, this is American taxpayer dollars, a lot of it. And so, it's just wrong. So many people locked up in prisons and jails all over the country. I will go into prisons and jails all the time, and people that get locked up for much less than that across the world. These liberals will promote and fight and scratch for illegal immigrants, but they don't say anything about all those Americans, those millions of Americans that are impacted by the criminal justice system from doing much less than people like Tim Walz. And so we have a responsibility in this country.
Minnesota's going through a giant fraud scam. That's what we were watching before we left. It was just boring.
To have, fair justice systems and not to have 2- and 3-tiered justice systems where these politicians like Ilhan Omar and Tim Walz can go around and rob and steal. But, folks that don't have the means to get lawyers are locked up in jail. We're responsible as Americans to stand up and make an example out of these people in Minnesota.
And that last comment ties in nicely with your Christmas message and what your organization is doing this Christmas season. Tell us about it, Jack.
Praise God, man. We are out helping those children who have fathers impacted by the criminal justice system, fathers in prison. Man, we've been able to, wrap and deliver over 1,000 toys to so many kids that are in need across this country. We've also gone and flown gifts to Jamaica to help some of those babies right now as they're recovering from the hurricane. But it's really amazing to see, these men that you see on the screen that are delivering these toys. All of those men have spent time in prison. I was Christmas caroling last night with about 7 men, and then I looked around and I asked them how many years if you calculated it. Almost 300 years in prison these men have spent. And so they're there now spreading the love, spreading the joy to other kids that don't get to wake up and see their dad in the morning. And so it really is a special time, man. And we're living in a special country, and we have to also love our brothers and sisters here in America and protect them and do the things that we should be doing to make sure that equality is really is what we say it is. And equality meaning for everybody to have the same opportunities here in our country if they want to work hard for, if they want to rehabilitate. And so that's our message this Christmas. Is don't forget the lost. Like the word of God says in Hebrews 13:3, visit those in prison as if you're in prison.
Wow. Amen. What a beautiful message that is. It's never too late to turn your life around. And clearly with that 300 years among 7 men, you proved just that. Jack, thank you so much for joining us this morning. What a beautiful message. Merry Christmas to you and all.
Okay, so major fallout now over the Minnesota fraud scandal that keeps on growing. Nearly 100 mayors are voicing concerns about the state's fiscal policies, writing to the governor there, Tim Walz. Fraud, unchecked spending, and inconsistent fiscal management in St. Paul have trickled down to our cities. Our state owes it to our citizens to practice responsible fiscal management and to stop taxing our families, seniors, and businesses out of Minnesota. And now the federal government is getting involved here. House Oversight Committee, it's widening its probe, inviting state lawmakers to come testify and other federal departments to investigate. So let's bring in now Chairman James Coper. He leads the charge over at Oversight, and he joins us now. Good morning to you. Tell us about who you're bringing in, who you want to see on Capitol Hill, and what questions do you want to ask them?
Well, the most important people are the state whistleblowers, the state employees who put that tweet out that we all are familiar with a few weeks ago that alerted America to the massive fraud. These state employees also allege that they had warned both Governor Waltz and Attorney General Ellison for years that this fraud was occurring, and yet nothing was taking place. So we're going to bring the state employees in. We're going to get their sworn testimony. We appreciate their bravery in coming forward. We're also going to bring in state lawmakers and Minnesota mayors because the walls are caving in on Tim Walz. This massive amount of fraud is affecting and impacting every citizen of Minnesota because they're having to cut services because so much of the money for social programs was wasted and defrauded by this Somali population. So these are the people we're going to bring in. We're going to try to identify who was responsible for this. We're going to try to identify banks that we can subpoena their bank records so we can follow the money to see how much was taken, who took it, and then who do we need to hold accountable, and hopefully we'll have some criminal referrals at the end of the investigation.
What is so fascinating about this, Chairman Comer, is how no one knew, or did they know? This is a op-ed from the Wall Street Journal here, asking, I think, a pretty fair question. When nearly $250 million can vanish from one state program before anyone truly notices, taxpayers are justified in asking, who was supposed to be minding the store? The uncomfortable answer is that no one elected by the people held that responsibility or held the mandate and clout to stop the scheme. You know, your whip, Tom Emmer, says there's no way that Governor Tim Walz didn't know, or somebody in his administration didn't have an inkling that there was something going on. Do you agree with that? And how do you prove that?
I agree completely. Look, Tom Emmer was a state legislator in Minnesota before he came here. He has the pulse of Minnesota. He communicates regularly with Minnesota state legislators and Minnesota state employees. They've been talking about this for years. There was a congressman that came in from Minnesota when I came in 9 years ago to Congress named Jason Lewis. He was talking about the massive fraud from the Somali population 9 years ago. So this is something that's been talked about in Minnesota for a long time. The Minnesota media is very liberal, so they're never going to write anything bad about a beloved Democrat like Tim Walz or Keith Ellison. So finally, the state employees have stepped forward publicly and talked about this massive amount of fraud. And I can tell you from our preliminary discussions with these state employees, it is a significant amount of money. And remember, Minnesota isn't a big state. So when you're talking about billions of dollars for a small state, that is a significant percentage of the budget for welfare in that state.
Should the governor resign? Are you calling on him to resign?
Well, not yet. He deserves due process, and we're going to give him due process. One of the things he said in the last 48 hours was that the Oversight Committee didn't need to worry about this investigation, that he would take care of it. I mean, no one in America believes that. That is a joke. We are going to investigate this. The key to a good congressional investigation is having whistleblowers. And fortunately for us, we have some state employees who have bravely stepped forward. We're going to get them under oath, and they're going to tell us everything they know, and we're going to go from there. Wherever the investigation leads us, we will go. We're going to try to do it as rapidly as possible. But I think at the end of the day, the American taxpayers, and especially the taxpayers in Minnesota, are going to be sick at their stomach, and Tim Walz is going to have a lot of explaining to do.
Okay. Chairman Comer, thanks for joining us on this holiday week. We hope you have a very, very safe and
been blowing the whistle and alerting the governor, and he's turned a blind eye. We're going to follow the money and figure out who all was involved in this.
If you have a child, one thing's for sure. At some point, you're going to wonder, should we go to urgent care?
This fraud.
Minnesota's Democrat governor under fire. Nearly 100 mayors sounding the alarm, warning of a looming financial meltdown, all tied to a massive fraud scheme that prosecutors say could blow past $9 billion. Chief Washington correspondent Mike Emanuel has the story. Hi, Mike.
Hi, Julie. Yeah, House Majority Whip Tom Emmer from Minnesota says the scandal is mushrooming, and he argues Minnesota's governor has been slow to act.
We've been trying to sound the alarm on this fraud for the last 3 years. The press in this state have literally been complicit with Tim Walz and his administration. They've refused to hold them accountable. Here's how ridiculous it is. Last Friday, Maria, Tim Walz created a new position in his state government to go after fraud. 7 years too late.
The letter from nearly 100 Minnesota mayors to state leaders on the fiscal direction of the state says, quote, fraud, unchecked spending, and inconsistent fiscal management in St. Paul have trickled down to our cities, reducing our capacity to plan responsibly, maintain infrastructure, hire and retain employees, and sustain core services without overburdening local taxpayers. Vice President J.D. Vance is also blasting the Minnesota governor.
And it's why we are outraged at the injustice of Tim Walz allowing Somalian immigrants to defraud that program to the tune of billions of dollars. It ought to go to Americans because that's who it's there for.
With some suggesting the fraud in Minnesota-run Medicaid services could be as much as $9 billion, Governor Walz says that is overblown.
I'll take accountability for it, but what you're seeing here is you're seeing a weaponization. We'll continue to fix it. They're going to continue to come up with numbers that don't have it there, and it's sensationalized. I don't expect anything different from this administration.
Oversight Chairman James Comer is promising to follow the money with his investigation to figure out who all was involved in this fraud. Julie?
All right, Mike Emanuel, thank you so much.
We'll see how it goes. And there is some new pressure today on Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, as the feds say that fraud in his state could total $9 billion, up from the estimate of $1 billion. This thing is just absolutely exploding. We heard the $1 billion estimate a few weeks ago.
The magnitude of the fraud in Minnesota
Michigan
cannot be overstated. It's staggering amounts of money that have been lost. But it's not just about the money that's been stolen and wasted. This is a problem that's caused all of us to question what kind of state we live in.
Not just the lake. Not just the lake, but lake.
So now almost 100 Minnesota mayors have written to Governor Walz and state lawmakers. Quote, fraud, unchecked spending, and inconsistent fiscal management in St. Paul have trickled down to our cities, reducing our capacity to plan responsibly, maintain infrastructure, hire and retain employees, and sustain core services without overburdening local taxpayers. Two of those mayors are going to join us in just a moment, but first to Chief Washington correspondent Mike Emanuel reporting live from D.C. Hi, Mike.
Hi, Martha. Yeah, the chairman of the powerful House Oversight Committee is demanding answers. James Comer says his committee is expanding its investigation into massive fraud and money laundering in Minnesota's social services programs. Comer's asking for records from the Treasury and Justice Departments, including suspicious activity reports and interviews with state officials. Comer says honest whistleblowers were ignored.
These state employees who were the first to blow the whistle on the fraud, they claim that they notified Governor Walz and Attorney General Ellison years ago. So this has been going on for years. The state employees have been blowing the whistle and alerting the governor, and he's turned a blind eye.
With some suggesting the fraud in Minnesota could be as much as $9 billion, Governor Walz says that's an exaggeration.
I'll take accountability for it, but what you're seeing here is you're seeing a weaponization. We'll continue to fix it. They're going to continue to come up with numbers that don't have it there, and it's sensationalized. I don't expect anything different from this administration.
The letter from those Minnesota mayors notes, quote, our state owes it to our citizens to practice responsible fiscal management and to stop taxing our families, seniors, and businesses out of Minnesota. Chairman Comer says the governor was aware but did not act because he did not want to offend Minnesota's Somali population. Martha?
Mike, thank you very much. Let's bring in two of the nearly 100 mayors who wrote to Governor Walz and state lawmakers about fraud. Like most Minnesota mayors, they're nonpartisan when they run for mayor. But Jackson Purfirst from Cross Lake has volunteered for the RNC, and Andrea Zupanicic from Babbitt is running for state Senate as a Republican. Welcome to both of you. It's great to have you with us today. I just want to put up on screen here. This is the $9 billion in Minnesota fraud scheme. So on the left-hand side is what this money was supposed to be for. And we'll go tight on here so you can see it. Feeding children, helping recovering addicts, helping disabled adults. This was during COVID for the most part. But the money went to wire transfers to China and East Africa, a villa in the Maldives, luxury vehicles, and designer jewelry. You can see the list here. But you hear what Governor Waltz is saying, Mayor Purfirst. He's saying, this is up to like the local, the local management here. And he's taking the blame off of himself as governor. What do you say to that?
Martha, that is just absurd. I mean, Minnesotans have been fleeced to the tune of $9 billion. This is done from fraud right out of the Minnesota Capitol in St. Paul, as well as the policies that are being championed and brought across the finish line by the legislature. Both the legislature and the governor are at fault for the fraud and the constant policies that are taxing Minnesotans.
You know, let's put up Minnesota's rank among key growth indicators. Very anemic and devastating growth numbers actually across the state that have happened under this governor. But Mayor Zupancic, let me ask you about something that Mike Emanuel reported at the end there. This question about whether or not the governor looked the other way on potentially $9 billion of fraud because he didn't want to point out that the majority of those who were accused and then convicted in these cases were from the Somali community. What do you say to that?
Well, I don't understand what difference that makes to anyone else. How would anyone else be approached or confronted if they stole money from someone? They would all be acknowledged and have to go forward with the consequences of their actions. You know, we're sitting here bearing the brunt of everything: tax hikes, gas taxes, property taxes, boating taxes, gas taxes. We can't go anywhere. We can't go fishing, and he's afraid to offend someone. Well, what about me? I know my town, we're all offended that we're paying for all of this fraud to go on, and it's just coming out now when they've known about it for years. What's going to happen now? And let's just call it what it is. It's stealing. It's not, it's stealing. You're stealing from the state of Minnesota. You're stealing from the taxpayers that make this state the great state that it is. And how are we going to recoup from that?
I want to play this. This is Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison put out this video on Friday talking about how effective he's been in fighting scams in Minnesota. Watch this.
Scammers think Minnesotans are easy targets. They are wrong.
When scammers go after our seniors, students, or families, I step in fast and we shut them down.
If you plan to scam Minnesotans, think again. You're stepping into the wrong ring.
You know, who thought this was a good idea, Mayor First? This went out on Friday.
You know what, Martha? I really have no clue. I wish that Attorney Keith Ellison would get back to work. I mean, this is insane. He is not doing anything to protect Minnesotans that are getting fleeced by Governor WALTZ and the current policies coming out of the Capitol.
All right, we'll see where this goes. He would like to win another governor's race, and we'll see where it goes. Thank you both, mayors from Minnesota.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hot.
So yes, there's a lot going on with the Somalian community in Minnesota, as well as the scams through the PPP loans and etc. So if you were to listen, you would find out all these politicians got really, really rich during the scamdemic, if you know what I'm saying. And especially in Minnesota, here in Columbus, if you were to list, like, that's what they were talking about in that meeting, or in that last thing we were watching before I ended the show. That's what they were talking about. And I actually have a protest in Minnesota too that I probably will play to see how that's going.
Joins us now.
Bullshit with y'all. Everybody smoke one if you got it.
Now, and sir, good to see you, and Merry Christmas to you. I want to talk about this 60 Minutes piece that's been pulled from the air. And is, of course, now getting way more attention than it would have ever gotten if it had just run. The allegation in that piece, though, as you know, is that these 250 Venezuelans who were deported from this country, illegal aliens from this country, deported to the CICOT prison in El Salvador. They were there for a few months before they got sent back to Venezuela, ultimately. The allegation is that they were improperly in prison, despite many of them committing no serious crime other than just illegally crossing into the country. That's the story that 60 Minutes put together that Barry Weiss pulled from the air. Just want to get your reaction to what the story alleges now that it's been leaked out. It's all over social media.
You know what, Rob, the big frustrating for me thing is the fact that when, you know, you talk about these individuals that were sent down there, right? We just don't randomly pick people to go to some country or to go to some prison. These were individuals that were either known as suspected gang members, had committed a crime in the United States, or were in the country illegally. They're just trying to make some kind of headway.
Use that, bro. Why
we're actually following the Immigration and Nationality Act. President Trump has said it from before. He's allowing ICE to do the mission we've always meant to do. Unfortunately, because of the political background of ICE, some people don't like the law enforcement mission we conduct every day, but we're still going to do it. We're not going to let stuff stop us like this.
Yeah.
We would have never sent anyone out of the country illegally. So to me, we just kind of, on the ICE side, we're just kind of tuning it out right now.
No, I can understand that. Is there a pretty good method that's used to determine if somebody is a gang member? Of some of what's alleged in the 60 Minutes piece is that people that had never been affiliated with a gang at all were just said to be in a gang because they had tattoos, and then they were sent to CCOT where they were tortured for several months.
Pet stores are trying to ban this $39 robot puppy because kids actually prefer it over real.
Robot puppy, wow.
You know, Rob, we've been doing this for so long, right? And the bad part is even under President Biden's administration, President Trump's administration, before President Obama's, this is my 5th time working with a different administration. ICE gang intelligence, Department of Department of Justice intelligence becomes that. We've been doing this for so long. We didn't just pull it out of our hat come January 20th, right?
Yeah.
It's been based on solid criminal intelligence, solid criminal investigative work, and we'll stand by it. And again, the fact is people are in the country legally, and we have so many countries that won't take their individuals back. There's so many recalcitrant countries that every day we have to leave an aggravated felon back in our home shores just because they won't take this person back because their crime is too much. And when we do have partners in El Salvador and a lot of these other third countries that will actually take individuals back for us, we have to work with that. But as far as
those 250 couldn't go back to Venezuela. They weren't allowed to be sent back.
So for each one of those ones, I don't exactly know.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is we have across the board, we have a great third country national system. So, you know, the bad thing is when people now see that we're actually enforcing the law the way it's written, they get frustrated.
Sure.
And especially when it comes from Congress, we'd like to say all the time, we'll work with Congress side by side, help them repeal whatever laws they want to. But if it's on the books that way, we're going to enforce the law the way it's written.
I just want to point something out, you know, that's so interesting, and that's the broader story of how immigration is covered in this country. And you know, 60 Minutes has supposedly been kind of the benchmark, you know, for long form journalism in this country. Has been for a very long time. I think they've fallen quite a bit, and I think here's an example of it right here, because we went through 60 Minutes logs. This program did not investigate child sex trafficking into this country through the southern border during the entire Biden administration. They never thought that was a story that
I'm glad that they're bringing this up, because that's like, people don't understand. That's the whole reason we're in this mess. At least that's why I voted for Trump.
Viewers in this country, the people this country needed to hear about, which was it's a number that's reportedly in the hundreds of thousands. And I don't even
300,000 plus
know how many women and children collectively together are raped during this process, but that was not a story that 60 Minutes was interested in. But they sure as hell had a big interest in talking about a number of Venezuelan illegals who only for a period of a few months were sent to El Salvador, and to the point, a very, very, you know, vile, a very scary prison, I should say, a place that no innocent person would ever want to be sent to, right? But still, their interest in that story was far more keen than the atrocities that are happening to children when you have an open border into the United States for 4 years. That tells you a lot.
Well, and you know, Rob, prime example, right? If you go back to our riots in Los Angeles, when we did the actual criminal warrant, criminal raid on the marijuana farm, we actually found child sex trafficking, child labor trafficking. It was an actual criminal warrant. But nobody looked at that. They said that ICE was hurting produce, hurting crops, hurting people just making a living. When the fact that all the time we hear it, if ICE had a criminal warrant, we'd support them. We were actually out there with a criminal warrant, and we found children that were working underage at this marijuana grow farm in California, but no one covered that.
It tells you so much. And again, the fact is that you guys are cleaning up a gigantic mess that should have never been made in this country. And there's no appreciation for that either, about how hard it is to come into a country that's had an open border for 4 years, to come in and have to clean up what was left for you, which is, you know, just an incredible disaster that you have to clean up. And they're just sitting there waiting for any mistake that they can possibly punch in for headlines. I mean, that to me that's not journalism. You know, if you're not going to cover how it happened, but you're going to cover up how it's being cleaned up. That's not real journalism. That's partisan. You just finished this.
You have to cover both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. And that didn't happen, as we just showed from 60 Minutes for the last 4 years. You just finished Operation Angel's Honor, which was a 2-week nationwide blitz arresting violators of the new Laken-Riley Act, which mandates any illegal alien who has been accused of violent crimes be arrested. You had over 1,000 arrested, charges of homicide, battery, sex assault of a child under 13, domestic violence. Tell us about this operation.
You know, obviously the Laken-Riley Act is really, you know,
I'm putting you in
home with us
time
because
out
these are the ones that we want to go out there, we want to arrest,
Sorry,
right?
Bubba.
President Trump made that promise that he was going to go after the worst of the worst while doing the largest mass
That was
deportation
so stupid.
ever.
I had to
But
put
we
you
are
in
focused
time
on the
out.
worst of the worst. When you see those crimes that just scrolled, homicide, rape, assault and battery, those are the people who don't want in your community. What I find glaring is the fact that 119 Congress voted this law enacted. So we're doing that. It was great work by the men and women of ICE. Our hearts and prayers went out with every Angel family that's affected by this. But the problem is now we have elected officials that were actually out there enforcing a law that Congress enacted in January, and we're still being called the demon, Gestapo, Nazis. Look at those crimes you just showed: rape, homicide, fentanyl trafficking. People should be applauding ICE for what we're doing and taking the people out of the streets. 14 days, we got 1,000 people that are, convicted, not just here illegally, although some of them did have final deportation orders for years and have been hiding in plain sight. But heinous crimes that we're actually taking off the street.
Yeah.
That should show the American people exactly what ICE is doing every day.
Well, I mean, you look at there's indications that the president's poll numbers are actually ticking up. I mean, there was one polling that just came out that he's at 50% approval, 41 disapprove from insider advantage. And I think that the fact is that as busy as you are, and you and Tom Homan and the rest, Kristi Noem, it's important that you get on television and correct the narratives that are being created about immigration in this country, because they have totally perverted, what the reality of the immigration system in this country is, and the idea that we can't just have an open southern border. We can't just have open borders in a country that's wealthy and that's prosperous. You guys, it's so important that you get on television and just correct that, which is what you're trying to do as much as you can, and I appreciate that. The ICE Director Todd Lyons.
Thanks, Rob.
Thank you, sir. Merry Christmas.
Thanks. Merry Christmas, Rob. Good seeing you.
Good to see you. Everybody's reporting the same stories, the same spin on the channel. It's always the same. But not us. We're different. We're reporting real news. No spin, just the facts. Turn to us, and you won't turn back.
I am going with We're going to listen to the man, the one, the Tom. I was trying to show this last show, and I erased
safety threats and national security threats. So I'm grateful that we got men and women on the border patrol because of the secure border can help us in that mission.
And then we'll get off. It's
a game changer having them on board with us. And let's remember, for those who want to say, okay, well, a lot of the people you arrested are not criminals. It's going back to Rodney says, we're sending a message to the whole world. We're going to enforce the law. And for those people who say, well, this person's just here illegally. If the message you want to send to the world is, enter the country illegally, it's a crime, but don't worry about it. Show up in court or don't show up in court. Get ordered removed. You have to leave.
Report what?
The last administration said unless you're convicted of aggravated felony. And what happened when they sent that message?
I knew you were a problem.
Historic illegal immigration
from
that
California.
overwhelmed the border patrol. I was talking to Chief earlier. There were days in San Diego sector, not a single uniform was on patrol. You don't think the cartels had a field day with that? When you overwhelm the border patrol, that's when the cartels create gaps. That's when the fentanyl came in and killed 250,000 Americans. That's when sex trafficking women and children are sky high. 2 million gotaways, 18,000 no-respected terrorists that was just announced that came in the Biden administration. They're not even counting the 2 million gotaways. Why did 2 million people pay more to get away? Why didn't they pay less to turn themselves in a border patrol, get released within 24 hours, get a free airline ticket to the city of their choice, get a free hotel room, get 3 square meals a day, and get work authorization within a couple months?
Yeah.
Why did 2 million people pay more not to take advantage of that giveaway program? Because they didn't want to be vetted. They didn't want to be fingerprinted. That should scare the hell out of everybody. It does me. And that's why President Trump brought all the government together. DHS, CBP, ICE, we're all working very, very close with the intelligence community, FBI. And you know, and the numbers prove it. We will not rest until we make sure every public safety threat, illegal alien in this country is removed. That's the priority. But if you're in the country illegally, you're not off the table. We'll give you a due process in court. A lot of the people we arrested, a lot of people aren't criminal aliens. A lot of them are fugitives. They've had the due process at great taxpayer expense, but in order removed by a federal judge. We're looking for them. We're going to deport them. If you're in the country illegally, we find you during an operation, we'll put you in front of the immigration judge. He'll make the determination if you should stay or not. We're going to enforce the law. We're sending that clear message. Again, sending that clear message, creating the most secure border in the history of the nation. This makes this country safe again and is saving lives. The most vulnerable people in the world aren't making that journey anymore. I'm not standing in the back of the tractor trailer with 19 dead people to bake to death. They're not pulling children out of the water or giving CPR to a child that drowned in the river. President Trump's policies are saving thousands of lives. Even the border wall, people say that's a vanity project. You know one of the most important things about the border wall is? The most vulnerable, the women and children over that wall, they're going to a place where there's not a wall, and what's waiting on them? The men and women of the Border Patrol who save thousands of lives every year. Worked for 6 different presidents. I've seen hundreds of policies come and go. I know it worked, I know it doesn't. So doesn't Rodney. President Trump is doing the right thing. Most secure border in history, thousands of lives saved, strongest national security. We've never had.
I can't let that question go. I want you guys to think about something for a second. So I spent most of my career in this state. I've talked.
What is going on?
Talk to that individual you just raised that asked that question many, many times.
How to aim better in World of Warships? A couple of practical hints. First of all,
don't get distracted. When they start talking about, hey, who in the whole of government approach that has legal authority is doing X, Y, and Z, they're just distracting you from the mission set, which is to make sure that we know and control every person that comes into this country, the focus on the mission of protecting Americans, and don't allow yourself to get distracted by some of these politicians that want to have a one-off question that literally it's like a little shiny object that draws you away from the focus. It doesn't matter whose authority we're using that day or how we're doing it. It comes back to the tax dollar. And this is what I can tell you President Trump is doing. What I was told to do, what Tom was told to do. Use the American tax dollar the best you can with the laws we have in place to make sure that America is put first, that we protect Americans. And that's what we're doing. It cracks me up when somebody like that wants to talk about, well, why is John doing this instead of Jim? We're protecting America. We're going to do it the best way we think we possibly can going forward, and we're going to use all the authorities we have available.
So the administration has repeatedly said they're going after the worst of the worst, but there are some statistics that show most of residents in the US and the hospitals are letting go from their records. So what is your response?
Well, I can tell you everybody arrested and sent for deportation in the country illegally was a violation of federal law. And I just said, we're going to force the immigration law without apology. Well, like I just said, a lot of the people we arrest, that are not criminals, they're fugitives. They got final orders issued by a federal judge, and they became a fugitive because they didn't follow the court order. National security threats. Thousands of national security threats have been arrested. Most of them don't have a criminal history because their whole game is to lay low, to wait here to do the dirty deed. But yes, we are enforcing immigration law. And where do we find most non-criminal, non-public safety threat, non-national security? In sanctuary cities, because we're forced into the neighborhood because sanctuary cities won't let us in the jail to arrest the bad guy, the public safety threat, which is safer for the alien, safer for the agent, much safer for the community. So sanctuary cities, you force us in the neighborhood, we're going into the neighborhood. And when we find the bad guy, many times we're with others. If they're in the country legally, they're coming too. And let's not remember when people say, well, a lot of these people are just here illegally. They cheated the system. They entered the country legally, which is a crime. They put themselves ahead of millions of people who are standing in line, taking their test, doing their background investigation, paying their fees to be part of the greatest nation on earth. But these people cheated the system and went to the front of the line. The asylum claims under the Biden administration, millions of asylum claims. Fraudulent asylum claims. If anybody do their research and look at the immigration court data, nearly 9 out of 10 people who claim asylum at the southern border end up with an order removal. They simply do not qualify for asylum. They're not escaping fear and persecution from the homeland because of race, religion, or political affiliation. They're coming here for a better life, and I get that, but it's not asylum. But we have millions of people coming to the border making a false asylum claim. We got thousands and thousands of people that really are escaping fear and persecution from their homeland and need us, need the United States help. And they're sitting in the back of the bus. So we're going to force laws in this country, laws enacted by Congress. And I'll say it again. The rhetoric against ICE and Border Patrol is disgusting and sickening, especially from members of Congress who want to compare them to Nazis and racists. Attacks on ICE is up over 1,800%. These men and women don't hang their heart on a hook every day they come to work. They're enforcing laws enacted by Congress. So if Congress people don't like what they're doing, then do your job and change laws.
Oh, cats, bro. Come on.
Governors and mayors who constantly
I gotta keep erasing you, bro.
Against ICE. I said months ago, back in March.
I see what y'all are
doing. There's going to be bloodshed and people are going to die. People say Holman's a fear monger.
Yeah.
He's full of crap. We got people dead. We had people shot. We had agents shot at. We had Molotov cocktails thrown on. We had someone go to Dallas and shoot an ICE facility and actually killed a couple of detainees. It's not a joke. We're enforcing the law. Enforce the law because this country's much safer. 600,000, and I'll challenge you on the percentages because I look at the data every morning. Every morning on the way to White House, I look at 22 pages of data. The last data I looked, we've been anywhere from 72% to 59% of everybody arrested is a criminal. Well, some of the media wants to reclassify what a criminal is. Well, a home is just a DUI. That's not really a crime. 12,000 people a year die from DUI. It is a crime. So we are prioritizing public safety threats. The data shows it. But again, we're going to force immigration law. If you're in the country legally,
I'm going to come back to this. I want to bounce over to this real fast. What does she have? What are they just like? Oh, they're just like Indians. People are stupid.
We're gonna do a call and response, okay? No Trump! No troops! Trump! No troops! Twin Cities ain't Lincoln boost! No Trump! No troops!
Okay, hell no.
Twin Cities ain't Lincoln boost!
Ain't nobody in this place. This thing is like awesome bullshit, baby. Where was that at? Where was that at? I'll do this one.
This year, it's my blessing, AmFest, and privilege to be able to introduce to you our incredible Vice President, J.D. Vance.
J.D. Vance lives the American dream because he wants you guys to be able to live the American dream.
I grew up in Middletown, Ohio, a small town where people spoke their minds, built with their hands, and loved their God, their family, their community, and their country with their whole hearts. But it was also a place that had been cast aside and forgotten by America's ruling class in Washington. Despite the closing factories and the growing addiction in towns like mine, in my life, I had a guardian angel by my side. She was an old woman who could barely walk, but she was tough as nails. I called her Mamaw, the name we hillbillies gave to our grandmothers. Thanks to that Mamaw, things worked out for me. After 9/11,
They don't say that
thousands
in
of other
Ohio,
young men my
though,
age
bro.
did. I enlisted in the United States Marines.
You don't call Mama. They don't say that.
From Iraq to Afghanistan, from the financial crisis to the Great Recession, from open borders to stagnating wages, the people who govern this country have failed and failed again. That is, of course, until a guy named Donald J. Trump came along. President Trump represents America's last best hope to restore what, if lost, may never be found again. A country where a working class boy born far from the halls of power can stand on this stage as the next vice president of the United States of America. For Charlie, we will speak the truth every single day. For Charlie, we will rebuild this United States of America to greatness. We will never cower, even when staring down the barrel of a gun. For Charlie, we will remember that it is better to stand on our feet defending the United States of America and defending the truth than it is to die on our knees. May our Heavenly Father give us the courage to live as Charlie lived. That
I don't
is
even
what
want
we
to
must
be on
do
here right
for
now. I don't want to
Charlie.
read
Ladies
these
and
dumbass
gentlemen,
shit.
please welcome Vice President J.D.
Pissing
Vance.
me off. Fucking stop with your bullshit ass caps, bro. I can fucking read without them. The fuck? Nah, I'm talking about motherfuckers in the chat. I'm just like, yo, I don't know what's up with this sound. Do you guys hear it? Do you guys hear it right now?
With a note of gratitude. Erica, I cannot thank you enough for your strength, your grace, and your kind words of support for this administration and for me personally. You lead an incredible movement at Turning Point, and I will fight alongside you and President Trump and every patriot in this room to defend the country that we so dearly love.
Dang. Ready though?
And when I say that I'm going to fight alongside of you, I mean all of you, each and every one. President Trump did not build the greatest coalition in politics by running his supporters through endless, self-defeating purity tests. He says, make America great again because every American is invited. We don't care if you're white or black, rich or poor, young or old, rural or urban, controversial or a little bit boring, or somewhere in between. People of every faith come to our banner because they know that the America First movement will make their lives better, and they also know that the Democrats don't care about anything other than maybe transing their kids. So if you love America, if you want all of us to be richer, stronger, safer, and prouder, you have a home on this team. I didn't bring a list of conservatives to denounce or to deplatform, and I don't really care if some people out there, I'm sure we'll have the fake news media,
something wrong with you.
But let me just say, the best way to honor Charlie is that none of us here should be doing something after Charlie's death that he himself refused to do in life. He invited all of us here. Charlie invited all of us here for a reason, because he believed that each of us, all of us, had something worth saying, and he trusted all of you to make your own judgment. And we have far more important work to do than canceling each other. We have got to build, and President Donald Trump is a builder. We're building a better country right now, and you have a rightful place in the success of your nation and the success of this movement.
Yeah, exactly,
by
Mike.
adding, by growing, not by tearing down. Charlie Kirk was a great builder too. He understood that any family can have its disagreements, its tough conversations. We can learn and improve and treat one another better. We can love each other despite the disagreement. But winning demands teamwork. And I am honored to be on Turning Point's team. I'm honored to be on your team, and I will stay that way. There's still so much important work to do, my friends. We're barely a year into this administration, not even a year into the administration. But I'm so proud of the accomplishments of the president and the entire administration. In just a year, we ended Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's border crisis. December marks 7 months straight of zero releases at the southern border. More than 2.5 million illegal immigrants have left the United States, the first time in over 50 years that we have had negative net migration, and it's just the start. When you restore sanity at the border, it shows up everywhere else. Rent prices are dropping 4 months in a row, and more native-born Americans are working than ever before. Kamala Harris opened the border and destroyed the economy. The Trump administration gave you net negative migration and much more job creation. Real wages are finally growing. Inflation is half of what it was under Democrats. Gas prices are their lowest in years. And we have finally made it clear that in the United States, we believe in hard.
Yeah, I don't know if I believe that either, Johnny.
Unlike the left, we stand against treating anybody. And I love what Nicki said about this. We don't treat anybody different because of their race or their sex. So we have relegated DEI to the dustbin of history.
I love this part. But I have the Nicki speech up next if I feel like staying on.
Which is exactly where it belongs. In the United States of America, you don't have to apologize for being white anymore. And if you're an Asian, you don't have to talk around your skin color when you're applying for college, because we judge people based on who they are, not on ethnicity and things they can't control. We don't persecute you for being male, for being straight, for being gay, for being anything. The only thing that we demand is that you be a great American patriot. And if you're that, you're very much on our team. Just consider the contrast. Kamala Harris used the government to censor you. We're using in the Trump administration the government to protect your free speech, whether it's on college campuses or in the digital marketplace of ideas. Today, our military is welcoming patriots instead of firing them for refusing to accept an unlawful vaccine mandate.
What are you talking about? By Trumpsters?
And to honor Charlie, but also to honor all of you, we're working to end the scourge of left-wing violence in the United States of America. We're going after the far left crime networks, but we're also going after the monsters that fund them. We don't just want to go after the Antifa member who threw a brick at an ICE agent. We want to know who bought the brick, and we're going to prosecute them too. We're making America healthy again with our great HHS Secretary, Bobby Kennedy. We're bringing drug prices down and purging our food supply of the poison that had built up over a generation. But my friends, there is so much more to be done. And the people saying we need to be doing more, we need to be doing it faster, trust me, I hear you. Greatness awaits every single one of you in the America First movement we are building together, but we need your help to get there. Do you want more prosecutions? Great. So do we. Donald Trump and I have a list of better judges and prosecutors to enact swifter justice. So join us in the fight against the stupid Senate rules to stand in their way. Do you want faster deportations? So go to ice.gov/join. Because we're building an army of patriots and we need good people who care about the country to help us secure the border and do it even faster. Do you want rents to keep dropping and wages to keep rising as they have over the last few months? Then mobilize with us. Don't hand power back to the people who tanked the economy in the first place. Join the America First movement and you will always have a place on our great team. Next month will be the official one-year anniversary of the Trump administration, and I am damn proud of our record so far. Now, the Democrats are already talking about 2028, and it looks like they're going to nominate a California liberal who's presided
California
who's presided over rolling blackouts, open borders, and unchecked violent gangs. They're just trying to settle on whether it's going to be Gavin Newsom or Kamala Harris. And in the meantime, what are the Democrats offering you in the meantime? I got to say, ladies and gentlemen, they are not sending their best. Omar Fateh was Ilhan Omar's candidate for mayor of Mogadishu. Minneapolis. Little Freudian slip there. The candidate for Senate in Maine for the Democrats calls me a Nazi, which is rich coming from a guy who literally has a Nazi tattoo on his chest. And Jasmine Crockett. Oh, Jasmine Crockett. The record speaks for itself. She wants to be a senator, though her street girl persona is about as real as her nails. But ask yourself, what do all of these people have in common? And the unfortunate answer is they are puppets. They don't actually matter. They are cogs in a machine that wants to make you poorer, that wants to make you less powerful, and wants to make you less safe in the country your ancestors built. And while President Trump and I are doing everything we can to break that machine, the left is still there, my friends, and they are still very powerful. Don't delude yourselves. It's the activist groups who want to poison your kids with hormone replacement therapy and toxins in your water supply. It's the corporate boardrooms pushing diversity quotas while whining about the fact that Donald Trump won't let them ship American jobs overseas anymore, and boo-hoo to that. It's the rogue district judges who issued nationwide injunctions every time the president lifts a finger. It's the Soros DAs who cheered on as their cities burned. What unites them? They win when our country loses. They get rich when you get poorer. They hire the illegals that they bring in to take your jobs. They drink fine wine in the countries they ship your jobs to. They censor you because they'd rather destroy the Constitution than risk losing an argument. They bring in millions of voters because they know they can't win the argument with the people who are already here. And you know what else unites them? We're going to kick their ass next November and every year after that.
Protect your dream home.
Let's get good.
Under our roof. American Family Insurance.
Now, the Trump administration's immigration crackdown is just one example of the whirlwind changes in Washington this year.
Part of the American dream.
Damn right, Holly.
That we're all, every single one of us on the same team. We're all part of the same American family. If you want to destroy that, do what Democrats have done, not just for the last 5 years, but for the last 30 or 40. Make one race the enemy of another. Make one gender the enemy of the other. Make Americans suspect and despise each other instead of loving their shared country. When I think about some of the most impassioned debates happening in our country, the nature of citizenship, of what it means to be an American, it all speaks to an obvious truth. Americans are hungry for identity. We're hungry for belonging. we're hungry for a sense of our place in the world. And it's no surprise why. For many years, our fellow Americans have been dealing with a globalized economy that homogenized cultures and hollowed out our towns.
About your mom.
Academics and activists pushing race and gender politics down everyone's throat 24/7. Big tech overlords using their internet platforms to censor stories that challenge the dominant far-left narrative in our country. More than any time I can recount, people are talking about American identity and figuring out what it is that unites us. But I want to say something here. The only thing that has truly served as an anchor of the United States of America is that we have been, and by the grace of God, we always will be, a Christian nation. Now, I want to be explicit because, of course, the fake news media will twist everything that I say. I'm not saying, do you feel about them the same way I do? I'm not saying you have to be a Christian to be an American. I'm saying something simpler and truer. Christianity is America's creed. The shared moral language from the Revolution to the Civil War and beyond. Across that history, our country's major debates have always centered on how we could best as a people please God. That creed, think about it. That creed motivated our understanding of natural law and rights, our sense of duty to one's neighbor, the conviction that the strong must protect the weak, and the belief in individual conscience. Even our famously American idea of religious liberty is a Christian concept. Because we're all creatures of God, we must respect each individual's pathway to that God. But over the last 50 years, there has been a singular focus, a war that has been waged on Christians and Christianity in the United States of America. And let me say, of all the wars that Donald Trump has ended, that is the one we're proudest of.
It's never too late to come back from a fall, no matter how bad things get.
For decades, the left has labored to push Christianity out of national life. They've kicked it out of the schools, out of the workplace, out of the fundamental parts of the public square. Freedom of religion transformed into freedom from religion. And in a public square devoid of God, we got a vacuum. And the ideas that filled that void preyed on the very worst of human nature rather than uplifting it. They told us not that we were children of God, but children of this or that identity group. They replaced God's beautiful design for the family that men and women could rely on and turn to one another with the idea that men could turn into women so long as they brought the right bunch of pills from Big Pharma. They had all the religious fervor of a zealous convert without any of the grace or forgiveness of a true Christian. Scripture tells us, by your fruits ye shall know them. And we might ask, what are the fruits of these people and their principles? And the answer is a man named Tyler Robinson who killed my friend. Think about it. He has everything that the far left wants from our young men. He rejected the conservatism and the spirituality, the values of a small town family. He moved into a small apartment. He became addicted to porn. He became addicted to hate. And he ended up sleeping with somebody who doesn't know whether they're a man or a woman. That is the nightmare scenario, but that is the scenario that the left has actively advertised they want for American families. And the young men in the audience in particular. That is exactly why we have to fight them.
Man, I'm proud of him right now. My Ohio brother.
Because the fruits of true Christianity are like Charlie Kirk. The fruits of true Christianity are good husbands, patient fathers, builders of great things, and slayers of dragons. And yes, men who are willing to die for a principle if that's what God asks them to do. Because so many of us recognize that it is better to die a patriot than live a coward.
Damn right. People are like, oh, what are you going to do if the Muslims take over? Whatever. I'm going to live like a patriot, bro. I'm never going to see another country take this country over. Forget that.
I'm going to tell you something I haven't talked about publicly before, but in the days after Charlie's death, I struggled a great deal. I'm sure many of you did too. I remember watching every video of the assassination, looking for clues, trying to understand what happened. I try to hide my friend and that terrible bullet hitting him, but I would try to look around. I stayed up all night for many nights in a row, researching every conspiracy theory, going down every rabbit hole. When my lovely wife, Usha, told me to come to bed, I told her I owed it to Charlie to try to uncover every stone. And so that's what I tried to do. I remember I was consumed by this fear that Charlie's death wouldn't just deprive a family of their husband or of a good father, but that it would deny our movement of a great unifier of people and a great doer of great deeds. It's the only time I can remember my wife ever telling me that she was really worried about me. She told me it many times. But what saved me was not lying to myself, but accepting the reality of the fight that we're in. Charlie's death was an immense loss, an irreplaceable loss. We got kicked in the teeth, my friends, and there's no sugarcoating it or pretending that it didn't happen. We need to accept that. And what saved me was realizing that the story of the Christian faith, like the story of these United States of America, is one of immense loss followed by even bigger victory. It's a story. It's a story of very dark nights followed by very bright dawns. What saved me was remembering the inherent goodness of God, and that His grace overflows when we least expect it. Not long ago, I spent time at a Christian men's ministry just a couple of weeks ago. And here's what they do. They take men who struggle with addiction or homelessness, and they help them get back on their feet. They feed them, they clothe them, they give them shelter and financial advice. They live out the very best part of Christ's commission. Now, afterwards, I had lunch with 4 of these men. It was a couple of white guys, a Hispanic guy, and a black man. They had all struggled in their unique ways. Some had lost contact with their family, some of them for a very long time. Others were desperate to rebuild relationships with their kids so that they could see them on Christmas. But all of them were back on their feet. And what saved them? It wasn't racial commonality or grievance. It wasn't some philosophical jargon. It wasn't a DEI prep course, and it wasn't a welfare check. It was the fact that a carpenter died 2,000 years ago and changed the world in the process. If you go to almost any food pantry in this country, you will find Christians feeding the poor. If you go to addicts whose families won't even speak to them, like my mom was at a certain point of her life, it's often the Christian ministries that stay with them at their very lowest moments. You'll find Christians sitting patiently beside hospice beds and in recovery rooms and in all the places of the world where people have given up on other people. And this is the moral truth we strive to center in our work in the Trump administration and in this great movement of ours. A true Christian politics, it cannot just be about the protection of the unborn or the promotion of the family, as important as those things absolutely are. It must be at the heart of our full understanding of government. Why do we penalize corporations that ship American jobs overseas? Because we believe in the inherent dignity of human work and every person who works a good job in this country. Why have we worked without the help of Congress to restrict H-1B visas, for example? Because we believe it is wrong for companies to bypass American labor just to go for cheaper options in the third world.
You crybaby ass bitch. Go to timeout and think about it, then, bitch.
We help older
Ryan,
Americans
put him in
retirement,
timeout.
including by ending taxes on Social Security, because we believe in honoring your father and mother rather than shipping all of their money off to Ukraine.
Go to timeout, motherfucker. Yeah.
We believe in taking care of the poor, which is why we have Medicaid.
You don't put them in
least
timeout. I'm
among
gonna
us can
wig
afford
out,
the
right?
prescriptions or to take their kids to see a doctor. And it's
Right,
why
dude.
we are
Crazy.
outraged at the
Banging.
injustice of Tim Walz
My
allowing
studio
Somalian
is
immigrants
effed up,
to
right?
defraud that program
Frozen.
to the tune of billions of dollars. It ought to go to Americans because that's who it's there for. Now, I want to close, my friends, but I have heard you. I know that some of you are impatient at the pace of progress, and my response to that is good. Be impatient. Use that desire for justice for your country as fuel to get involved in this movement in a bigger and better and more powerful way. I know some of you are discouraged by the infighting over any number of issues. Don't be discouraged. Wouldn't you rather lead a movement of free thinkers who sometimes disagree than a bunch of drones who take their orders from George Soros? And I know many of you miss our dear friend Charlie Kirk. So do I. I miss his optimism. I miss his energy. I miss the phone calls where we'd strategize about how to get this or that GOP congressman get off their ass and do something.
Do nothing.
But most of all, I miss Charlie's wisdom. I miss his reminder that politics is not a dress rehearsal or a game. We are making decisions that will save our country and give the American people a shot at their dreams again. If you miss Charlie Kirk, do you promise to fight what he died for? Do you promise to take the country back from the people who took his life? Do you promise to help defeat the radicals who cheered his death? Do you promise to honor his memory by having faith in the God he loved? My friends, commit to these things, and I promise you victory. I promise you closed borders and safe communities. I promise you good jobs and a dignified life. Only God can promise you salvation in heaven, but together we can fulfill the promise of the greatest nation in the history of the earth. Merry Christmas, my friends. Let's keep fighting.
I am going to go ahead, see how long she is. Wow, there's like 18 commercials. Okay. Here we go. I'm putting up Nicki Minaj, yeah. This is her speaking at the same event. I heard a lot about Lady Vance's. It was like trending because he was talking about how like a lot of these people were DEI hires and stuff like that.
Hi. Hello, how are you?
So those of you who know, Charlie was very good about having a surprise for every AmFest. And we are so blessed to have you. We are so grateful. I mean,
thank you. I'm honored to be here. I am honored to be here. Thank you for having me.
love you guys. So we're just gonna dive right into this. You had some fun words for Governor Newsom. I have to read these tweets because they're amazing and they are so funny. Okay, first one, we'll do this one. Unless you want to read it in your own voice. I think it'd be really great. Okay.
Oh, Gabby Poo, it only gets worse from here for you, buddy. It's the end of the road for you, my love. Get on the nearest jet ski and let that beautiful hair blow in the wind. It'll make you happier than this race that you will not win. Enjoy life. Peace.
Okay. One more. Why
not? Imagine being the guy running on wanting to see trans kids. Haha, not even a trans adult would run on that. Normal adults wake up and think they want to see healthy, safe, happy kids. Not Gav, the Gav nots. Gav not in, Gav out. Send in the next guy, I'm bored.
So I'm just gonna let you riff. Like, I want you to say whatever you want to say to Mr. Newsom.
Dear Newsom, we don't have a problem cleaning up the scum if we have to. Please tread lightly. That's what I would say to Gabby Poo.
Gabby Poo.
So with regard to the current administration,
throw at him. Let's go.
What has been maybe the biggest surprise for you, or something that you just really has been put on your heart that you've learned about our president and our vice president?
Well, I have the utmost respect and admiration for our president. He has, I don't know if he even knows this, but he's given...
Bro, of course, she's rapped about being a Republican since she came out, and he pardoned Lil Wayne.
so many people hope that there's a chance to beat the bad guys and to win and to do it with your head held high and your integrity intact. He's from Queens, New York, like me. So, but what it's shown me personally is sometimes, you know, even in the worst feeling times in your life, you think that you're never going to come back from it, but you do. And our president shows that. He's been through every single thing a person can be through publicly. Having to constantly be lied on. It's not really that funny. Until you are in that person's shoes that's being lied on, you'll never understand what it feels like. That person is a human being. They have a family who has to read those lies. And that's not, and it's just not fair.
This robotic puppy is so lifelike, it actually
No
feels like a
offense,
neighbor
but
who's a
what is she saying
veterinarian.
wrong that
I've been
makes you want to puke? What did she say there that makes you want to puke? When someone gets blamed for something that's not right, it's wrong? Fucking weirdo.
But this administration,
I don't fucking get it,
is full of people with heart and soul. And they make me proud of them. Our vice president, he makes me, well, I love both of them, but they're both powerful men, smart, strong, all of that, but both of them have a very uncanny ability to be someone that you relate to. I can relate to them. When I hear them speak, I know that they're one of us. Like, I know that they're not, don't you guys agree? They haven't lost touch of the world. You know, they're still connected to the world and what's happening in the world, with the younger people and older people, with the richer people and not so rich people. They have the ability to still connect and be real and make us feel proud to be American.
So why now have you been involved with speaking about politics? What was kind of the turning point for you? Yeah.
What was the turning point? Well, I just got tired of being pushed around. Yeah. Sometimes you just get tired of it, and then you realize, wait a minute, I have something inside of me that's stronger than what's out there. That's right. So when you've had enough, you realize, wait a minute, why do I even care about these people and what they think? Who are they? They don't even know who they are. So I'm not going to back down anymore. I'm not going to back down ever again.
Amen. Can the students in the room raise your hand? Wow. This question is for you guys. So you guys are very courageous and bold on your campus. Nikki, I know our students feel this way, but why do you think speaking your mind has become so controversial?
Because people no longer are using their minds, their brains. So right now, just imagine we're not allowed to have a different opinion anymore. We're not allowed to think out loud anymore. We're not this is not what the world used to feel like. And especially for the young people, I don't want them growing up in a world where they feel like that. I mean, they deserve for their voices to be heard. They have valid feelings. And if you're growing up in a world that tells you it's taboo to say something that the masses don't agree with, that's not okay. And we're not gonna have it. And I love this. You know, it's giving the younger people confidence that they will need later on in life. You guys will need it. So I'm rooting for you.
Amen. Amen. Again, Charlie would always say, it really does not take skill to be courageous. It takes a choice. It takes a decision. And I want to say again, thank you for coming and being courageous and being able to share your heart with us. And the reason why that also holds true sentiment-wise is because I know that you are getting a lot of backlash from your own industry. What is your reaction to that?
I didn't notice.
Amen. I feel the same way. When people are like, what do you think about them? I'm like, I don't think about them.
Bingo. We don't even think about them.
We don't have time to. We're too busy building, right?
Yeah, we're the cool kids.
Okay.
The other people, they're the ones who are still just disgruntled, but really they're just disgruntled with themselves. They are angry with themselves, you guys. So you can't wake up and think about somebody who is determined to just stay mad. I literally tell them, stay mad.
Amen.
Stay mad. Because we're going to stay joyful, and peaceful and iconic and smart. And we're going to stay thinkers. In a world that doesn't want us to think, we will think. By ourselves, on our own, we will continue to think.
This is something I know that's really important to you and on your heart. And I personally want to know what inspired you to speak out for the Christians that are being slaughtered in Nigeria.
Well,
yeah, I saw it too, Holly.
And that brings me back to our great president and this administration and our great country. That we take for granted that they're right now in this world are people who cannot worship God as they please, where they please. We take it for good because we have it. We can't even imagine not having that right. But every time we pray and fellowship, we have to remember the people that are right now in this world hiding to pray and fellowship. And we have to pray for them. And first of all, Nigeria is a place I've always loved. Someone very dear to me, my pastor, is Nigerian. I have lots of Nigerian barbs. And so hearing that people are being kidnapped, and while they're in church, people are being kidnapped, people are being killed, brutalized, all because of their religion. And that should...
This is what pissed everybody off. And then it's ironic that Trump did a strike on Nigeria yesterday.
Spark outrage in the great America. And that's what it did. And again, we're not backing down anymore. We are not going to be silenced by the bullies anymore, okay? Know that. Hear that. Receive that, bullies. We won't be silenced ever again. We will speak up for Christians wherever they are in this world. Amen.
Amen. I don't know if you can see this at home, but she's getting a ton of standing ovations.
I love you guys so much. Thank you guys.
So going along that thread, can you tell us about your relationship with God? Because I think a lot of us want to hear.
Sure. Well, my relationship with God started, when I was a toddler in Trinidad. My grandmother, if things got spicy in the house, like if the kids and grandkids were arguing or fighting, she would make all the little kids go in her room and make us say and say a prayer. So later on in my life, not much later, when I was like 10, 11, 12, I started going to church in New York. And it changed everything. It changed my life for the better because I was going every week. I was hearing the word of God be preached. And then I was going home and I was applying it to my life. Even as a little girl, I learned how to pray very early. I always had this faith that made people think, the kind of faith that you think a person is crazy, like, oh, please, like, but I had that faith instinctively once I started hearing about God and, just getting more into the Bible. I got baptized when I was about, yep. Amen. I got baptized when I was about 13. I got baptized. And I have just always applied those teachings to my life. I try to. And that's the thing. We're not perfect. We try. Sometimes I would wake up and feel so far removed from not God, but from fellowship. I was like, oh my God, I used to go to church on Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday every week, like literally 3 days out of the week. And then later on in your life, you become busy and you start thinking, oh, well, God is in my heart. And, but then sometimes you can be in an industry as well that pulls you away even more. So lately, I've been feeling like, like if you haven't seen a long lost best friend for a long time and then you bump into them again, that's how it's been feeling for me. Like just going back to God and praying and talking to him. And, and he said to me, where were you? Where have you been? I've been waiting on you.
More than 18 million Americans are living with cancer, according to the American Cancer Society. This morning, our sponsor, Eli Lilly and Company, is working to raise awareness for cancer.
And since that moment that God had that conversation with me, I've been in such a better space because now it's just, I'm thinking about, is God pleased with this? Not if the bullies and uglies are pleased. But if God is pleased, and when you have that personal relationship with God, guess what? Even in school, he's there. Wherever you are and whenever you need it, you have something that you can tap into immediately. It's immediate. You don't have to leave a message. He's not going to call you back. He's there immediately. Soon as you call on him, on the first ring, he's going to answer. And I want you guys to remember that. You're young, and first of all, I want to say, I'm proud of you guys. This is a major, to be so young, for you guys that are in college, to be so young and to care this much, this early in your life, it tells us how smart you are, and it tells us that there's hope for our future. So God bless you. Congratulations, you guys. You're amazing. Congratulations. You guys are amazing, okay? Know it. Feel it. Yes. Yes. Proudly. Be it proudly. Be who you are proudly.
Amen.
Yes.
So what have you, I mean, you're an amazing mother. What have you seen that has been a struggle for young women today? And then also, since both of us have little boys, I would love for you to also talk about the male side of that question as well.
Okay, well, something that I've noticed recently is that for little girls, I think that no matter how you look, we should be trying to instill into them to be proud of how they look. Recently, in the media, it's almost been like a push to, it's not just making young Black children feel proud of themselves, but it's almost like doing that and at the same time telling other children not to be proud of themselves. And I don't want any child feeling that way. If as Black women, we felt that we were not being represented,
Please don't use
and
that.
not being admired for our beauty, if we felt like that as Black women, why would we want to do that to other women? Why would we now need to make other people downplay their beauty so that we can feel, no, that's not how it works. I don't need someone with blonde hair and blue eyes to downplay their beauty because I know my beauty. Do you understand? It doesn't bother me that a woman feels and says that she's beautiful. Why shouldn't she feel that? Why have we gotten to a point where certain colors or certain kinds of people have to be afraid of loving themselves and loving the way they look? Like, isn't that wild? And so for little girls, I don't want what was done to little Black girls done to little white girls. I don't want it done to any girls. I want all the little girls in the world to know that you are unique, you are beautiful, you are you, and you can compliment another girl, you can compliment another woman and still know that you are epic and amazing. So that's what I would say for the girls. And I know I know my adults understand clearly where I'm going with that, where I'm getting, I don't like that. I don't like people making other people feel badly about themselves in any way. We need to nurture young girls. Yes, whether they are Black, white, Asian, Hispanic, they still need to be nurtured. They cannot continue to pay for other people's sins. They haven't done anything wrong.
Amen. And what do you think about for young men? For young men.
And for young men, don't be new scum. Yes. See, dear young men, you have amazing role models like our handsome, dashing president. And you have amazing role models like the assassin J.D. Vance, our vice president. And when I say that,
Trust me, there's nothing new under the sun that I have not heard, so you're fine. Yes, we did. I love you.
Nearly home. I just need more space. I feel like I'm suffocating. Oh no.
You have to laugh about it, truly. I have been called every single thing, and you know what? God is so good, you let it roll right off your back. And this is what's so beautiful about this moment, because if the internet wants to clip it, who cares? I love this woman. She's an amazing woman. She has a soul and a heart for the Lord. And words are words, but I know her heart, and it doesn't even matter. And you say what you want to say because I know your heart. I will not judge that.
Sister. Thank you. For boys, be boys.
Amen.
Be boys. It's okay. Be boys. It's nothing wrong with being a boy.
Amen.
How about that?
Amen.
How powerful is that? How profound is that?
Amen.
Boys will be boys, and there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, that's what I want to say.
What's something the media and the world in general misunderstands about you?
Oh, I think people think maybe that I'm mean, or, maybe when you have a strong presence as a woman, it's easy to just box you into one box, like one category of mean or, other words.
They want to put you in a box to be able to label you what they want you to be, but you're so much more than that.
Because you intimidate them, and they want to find something. And if they can't find something, they'll make something up.
They will.
And so they'll put a label on you. But, it doesn't, what people misunderstand about me now, I don't care about it. I really don't. In fact, I love that they misunderstand me now.
I do too, because it shows that you're not a part of this world. Someone once told me, do not be surprised when the world acts like the world. And I held on to that so much, because even being in this role now, they're trying to figure me out. Okay, enjoy. I am who I am. There's nothing to hide. And I know you feel the same way when people misunderstand you, and you're like, okay, well, I have an audience of one. Well, now I have an audience of two, but I have an audience in heaven. And I know the Lord knows me, Lord knows you, and he put everything in you to be able to make a difference in this world. Likewise to all of you students and everyone else here. And to go into that further, I know that and I'll end on this, I know that a lot of you guys have been hearing about, we are doing this for Charlie, and we're doing this for his legacy, but we're also doing it because each and every one of you guys have a legacy. And I want you guys, when you leave this conference, to take something with you. And when it gets tough out there, I want you to hold with you a word. It could be anything. For me, it's Charlie. But for you guys, it could be, I don't know, refocus, family, children, future, something. Hold that word in your heart so that when you go back out into the world and you have someone screaming in your face, someone spitting in your face, someone flipping your table on campus, someone making fun of you because you're a conservative, someone making fun of you because you love the Lord, say that word to yourself out loud or internally to refocus your brain and your heart and your soul, to know that you're about something so much bigger and greater. The legacy with Turning Point USA, yes, but also for yourself. And so, Nikki, I want to ask you in closing, what is something that you want to leave as a legacy in this world for your family, for your baby, for just everything?
Well, that it's okay to change your mind.
Y'all been buying that generic Viagra from Walgreens? Stop now. You can get 100 milligram generic Viagra.
Yeah, it's okay to change your mind. You don't have to, you know, sometimes there's a lot of things projected onto you when you change your own mind. You know, they project fear, shame onto people who don't think and do as they think and do. But I've traveled the world. I've performed for huge crowds all around the world. And no matter how many songs I do on that stage, it didn't mean as much as this. Because this is a direct link for younger people. This is a direct link between young people and God. And there's been a lack of that. There's been a lack of that in our media, in our everyday conversations. People have been, you know, interestingly enough, people have been, even Christians have been being persecuted right here in our country in different ways. So when we talk about Nigeria and other countries, know that prior administrations saw nothing wrong with that. And that's what was wrong with them. I truly feel that there are people out there who felt good about chastising Christians right here in our country. And it's kind of really, really sick. We can't let people like that be in power, you guys. That's the truth. I can sugarcoat it and laugh and kiki, but the truth is, I am here today to tell you guys that. We absolutely cannot let people who have a problem with us worshiping God, we cannot have them in power. We cannot have them in power. All you have to do is look at what is happening in other places in the world. Look at what is being done to Christians all around the world. And ask yourself why people in this country that were in positions of power felt so comfortable to try to take our voices from us. They were that afraid, they are that intimidated, they are that insecure, they are that small inside that hearing us and seeing us worship God irritated them. Our spirit irritates them because when we speak, they get shown up. When the truth walks in the room, the lies hide. They don't come out willingly. You gotta pry it out of them. They hide because they don't want you or anyone to know who they really are behind closed doors, because even they know how evil it is to try to deprive people of worshiping God.
Amen. We love you. Nicki Minaj.
Thank you, guys. My darling, thank you for having me.
My favorite. I like it. I like him way better than I like his past.
Wow. You guys are a serious tribute to everything that Charlie stood for. The last time I gave a big speech was actually right here in Phoenix at his memorial, and it was a little bit of a different feeling. But to see this many young, patriotic Americans in a room, record numbers for Turning Point, just shows what's going on. Charlie's courage is why you guys are all here. His willingness to lead, to push people through is incredible. And honestly, I was concerned. I was worried.
Who's dating,
I was worried that without Charlie, this room would go out like it was 10 years ago when we started this incredible voyage, and it would dissipate. But this is literally double what it was last year, and that was a record. So
I thought about playing Jesse.
So that is a testament to you, to your patriotism, to your bravery, to your resolve, and to everything that Charlie stood for. So you guys fired up? You guys having some fun?
I was wanting to hear Jesse and Gutfeld, to be honest.
How many students are in the room right now? Raise your hands. I feel good, guys. I feel good about the future. Who's ready to take the next step and start a Turning Point chapter at a college that perhaps isn't there already? Who's doing it at high schools right now? I love this. Guys, we cannot sit this one out, okay? Everything depends on it. The future of our country, our children, Western civilization. It's now on all of you. So, other than God, family, and country, Charlie had some incredible things we needed to talk about in politics. You heard some of that from Speaker Johnson just now. But immigration matters. It's a fight that this administration is taking on. We've realized that if you import the third world, you become the third world. And we're not going to let that happen. Because of radical Democrat policies, millions of people poured into this country that should have never been there. They jacked up the price of rents, the cost of goods, diminished our healthcare system and our education systems. And that's all ending. I heard a little bit of a snippet from Tom Homan, who's probably like typecasting for getting this done. And we are winning. We are taking back our country.
Homan was off yesterday.
Make no mistake, guys.
Homan went off yesterday.
It was intentional.
I played it yesterday. He went off when he did.
Okay? It took my father 2 weeks to shut down the border, to end the insanity. We didn't need new policies. We didn't need new people there. We needed a new president who was willing to follow the law and get things done. We're seeing the consequences of Joe Biden's policies and Democrat policies in general. Terror attacks. Dude. A couple of our national...
He just sounded like his dad so hard. Joe Biden's policies. He sounded just like...
National Guardsmen were killed a few weeks ago. We're seeing the crime. We're seeing the chaos.
Just like
and the responsibility for that doesn't just fall on Democrats. It falls on...
417, if you got something, light it up.
So many of the weak Republicans who just capitulated to the DC swamp, and we're going to put an end to that too. Some of the lauded voices, even in the Republican Party, demanded we bring in tens of thousands of unvetted Afghan refugees. For years, they turned Minnesota into little Somalia. How's that working out for anyone? I'm not sure, guys. I keep hearing diversity is our strength, but I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure. My father, J.D. Vance, Charlie fought to stop the nonsense. A country cannot survive when it imports people who don't share their values. We don't owe the world a thing. We owe Americans their American dream, and we intend to fulfill that. It sounds tough, but we deserve it for the future, for the next generation, for all of you who are going to take on the mantle and lead this country to continued greatness. Now, we're getting rid of the nonsense, and it's going to be great. The other big issue that Charlie and I fought so hard for was the Maha movement. Charlie, myself, Susie Wiles, a small cadre of people, were the guys that brokered that deal. So we stop allowing Big Pharma to put profits over actual health, to stop the insanity of jacking up our children with thousands of vaccines they don't need.
Thousands of vaccines they don't need.
Profits don't matter more than health. And when you do need actual health, they're fighting to make sure that Americans pay less than Europe. None of this nonsense where you buy a drug for $1,000 and in Europe, American drugs are being sold for pennies on the dollar. That doesn't work. And they ended that with the most favored nation's executive order just a couple of days ago. And the big one of the ones I've been fighting since like 2015. I didn't realize it would even turn into a thing because it was always so insane to me. The transgender issue. There's going to be no more castrating our children for big pharma and medical profit. That bullshit ends now. Federal funding is being cut off for sex change operations for minors. I never understood it. I never understood. Say, wait. So a 3-year-old can decide to permanently mutilate their body, be put on toxic drugs for the rest of their life. But a 25-year-old has no idea what they're doing when they're signing for their student loans. The most elite in America, the academically inclined, somehow don't seem that elite when they need a plumber to pay their student loans. That ends too.
All right, who's up next? Who's up next? You were talking. You're up next. Miss Hollywood.
And by the way, and the number one issue, again, outside of God, family, and country for Charlie, something he fought and something he died for, was free speech. Free speech is alive and well in 2025. Charlie rejected the notion of being canceled for what you thought, for having that dialogue. Charlie, on an every day, he opened up one of the largest platforms in the world to those who despised him most. He allowed them to speak. He had that dialogue. They killed him for it. They killed him for it. Not because he was so radical, but because he was so effective. When people were able to hear both sides of an argument, wow, it's amazing what happens. For years, we fought the censorship complex. We fought the mainstream media. People couldn't even get basic truth out there. What binds us together, what matters more than the disagreements, is the ability to have that discourse. The real enemy, it's not Steve Bannon or Tucker Carlson or Ben Shapiro. It's the radical left that murdered Charlie and celebrated it on a daily basis. Free speech is under attack everywhere. In Europe, They're putting people in jail for basic truth. If one of your family members was raped by a roving gang of migrant thugs, and you said they shouldn't even be here, you get thrown in jail. The rapists get an apology and get let off. Think about that. That's happening right now in the UK. Do not let that happen to America. We are the last stand for common sense, for free speech, for truth, and for decency. Do not squander that.
If you need full dentures but can't deal with the endless expensive dentist visits, you need to see this.
We have to live that freedom every day. America, guys, is not just an idea. Washington loves the saying, you know, the issue is beyond right and left. No, it's not. That's a lie. We are in a real argument about what America is, what it stands for, whether it survives for our children and our grandchildren after them. America's not just an idea. It's a place with borders, with land, with history and battlefields, with patriots and incredible people who want to see that perpetuate itself. They want to live that dream. The belief that it's just an idea and it doesn't matter. That's how you lose a country. And that's been this other side's intention for far too long. There is no backup to America, guys. You are it. You are that last line of defense. Patience, discipline, long-term victory. These days, people want instant results. Remember the day after my father was inaugurated on January 20th, you saw the left. They ran with their sound. The price of eggs hasn't gone down. I'm sitting there like, wait a minute. Like, it's been like 14 hours. Of course, that then happened. Inflation hasn't gone down yet. It's been a week. Well, guys, it's hard to undo 4 years of idiocy. Inflation's under control, but when you have compound interest on double-digit inflation for 4 years, those prices are still too high. We have to work on that, but it doesn't happen overnight. It takes a plan. It takes a process. We're building something that lasts. We have to be in that together through common sense, long-term approach. You guys are Charlie's legacy. You're also the biggest beneficiaries of his movement, of his ideas. You guys are going to be doing this when I'm probably long gone.
You got to understand, it's 4:26 a.m. I don't even really rock with Charlie that hard. I never knew him, but you're not going to disrespect him and the people in the chat, bro. Sorry.
That matters. Don't squander that opportunity. Keep that wave going. For the kids who haven't even been born yet, for the children that you're going to all have, that hopefully your mother is looking around. It's pretty young to have that going. That's why I got into this. When Charlie and I met back in 15 and 16, we're spending all this time together. I had no idea. I was a real estate developer from New York. We built buildings. But when I saw what the other side was willing to do, how they were so glib about just destroying our country, he said, we have to fight. We have to engage. This isn't just a conference, guys. It's a movement. Charlie built this for you, and as I said in my eulogy to Charlie, we are now all Charlie. There's not one person.
God bless, James.
There's not one person that's going to replace Charlie Kirk, but if each one of us take a fraction of what he was able to do, a fraction of his energy, his passion, his intelligence, and we come together, the movement that he wanted to achieve is totally doable, guys. Join a Turning Point chapter. If your school has one, get involved. If it doesn't, start one. Bring 5 friends. Build more. That's how we win. Become unafraid. And if you're in this room, you've already taken those steps. You've done that. But you need to open the door for others. You need to make it okay for them to take that step. Get out there. Do it on college campuses, in classrooms, in conversations. Don't ever give up. We have to stay involved. We have to stay in the game. Midterms are coming around the corner, and make no mistake, the Democrat Party wants to do whatever they possibly can to shut this movement down. Not just the Democrats, the rhinos. You see the manufactured attacks on JD, myself, my father, anyone who understands that this isn't the Republican Party anymore. It's the America First Party. It's the Make America Great Again Party. And we are not going back.
Am I mistaken, or aren't they two different, like, movements?
The same. I love it, guys. By the way, if someone wasn't chanting USA next to you, you know they're a Democrat plant, right? Because they just can't do it. It's like pouring holy water on a vampire. This presidency, guys, didn't happen by accident. There's been a long undercurrent of Americans being felt left behind. You saw it.
I'm debating if I want to do Jesse Waters after this or
It's been going crazy in the last this week alone on social media when you're here.
I feel like if I do Jesse now, I don't think it's like worth doing it tomorrow or the next day. It'd be like too old.
About all the people, especially young white men who for a generation were left behind by DEI. They were told, well, you know, you don't check a couple of boxes, so you may be better, you may be smarter, but you're not getting into that college. You're not getting that job. You're certainly not getting a promotion. But you better damn well realize that you're still privileged despite being discriminated against. It's funny, but it's actually happening. And that's why everyone has to engage. Everyone can't sit out the midterm process, or this becomes a 2-year presidency, not a 4-year presidency. We have, for the first time, we have a bench of great people who can continue the movement that my father started, that can fill the void that he recognized in hardworking Americans, that Charlie so aptly understood and promoted. But you guys are it. Speak boldly, organize relentlessly, stay in the game at all costs. Again, you guys are the biggest beneficiaries of this movement. But if you don't do that, you're also the people that are going to suffer hardest and longest if the radicals get what they want. You have to be a part of it. You have to continue that legacy. If you want to save America, if you want America to continue the way we all want to and the way we love, you get to work. I wanted to call in a little guest. He may not be here today, but I wanted to make sure he had a chance to say hi. Mr. President? Can you guys hear me?
I want to be with you, but I'll be with you soon. And I just want to say that nobody did more for me than Charlie, and there's nobody better than Erica. and you are the greatest people on earth. We won in a landslide, and we're going to continue to do it. And I just want to thank everybody. You got out there, and they voted, and they pressed doorbells. And I just want to thank you all, and I hope my son's doing a good job representing me. Otherwise, I'll have to say, you're fired, Don. You're fired. So thank you very much, and have a great day. And I hope Don makes a great speech. If he doesn't make a great speech, let me know about it. I'll give him hell.
Well, Dad, there's literally...
Everybody, Don, go have a good time, and say hello to Erica. Go have a good time, everybody.
Well, there's 30,000 young patriots in this room. The movement continues. They're looking forward to supporting you and everything that you, Charlie, and really everyone that's part of this movement stands for. So thanks, Dad. We appreciate it. We love you. We'll speak to you soon.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, everybody. We love you. Have a great Christmas.
We love you.
Thanks, Dad. We love you.
Thank you.
I'm not good at much, guys, but I can call in the big guns sometimes, right? It's always nice when he actually picks up the phone. It's a lot more awkward when you're in front of 30,000 people and it goes to voicemail, right? So it's like, at least we still got that. But thank you guys for everything. Thanks for the sacrifices that you've made. Few people outside of Charlie, Erica, and his incredible family understand the sacrifice that it means to take on that machine. I get it, guys. I understand what they will try to do. I understand that there is no limit to how far they will go. We have all witnessed it. We have all seen it. But understand, the only thing worse than that is the consequence of our apathy if we sit it out. If we don't get out there, if we don't do everything in our power to do that. So get out there, get unafraid, and in the words of your favorite president, fight, fight, fight. Thank you, AmFest. Thank you, America. I love you guys. Merry Christmas.
Welcome to Jesse Waters Prime Time. This is the way forward. America first, with God above. Charlie's death woke us up. It's always been a spiritual war between light and darkness, between good and evil, between right and wrong. And we will defend our interests. White-collar communism won't cut it. These knobs don't help people. They just want to hurt Trump, blow up border, and tables and fight for country. And there's a part
Which
of the
one
country
is
that
it?
says we have to forgive these people, and there's another part of the country that says no. And that's where we are as a country, and that's okay. And we'll grow as a country.
I'll fucking gladly do it. Which one? Help me out. Charlie enabled many Americans to know and understand the fruit. Okay, not him. Who? The Fours guy called America. I'll get rid of you, Fours. I'm gonna give you a 24-hour timeout because I don't like how you said America. Who else? Keep it popping. I'll kick him out. Oh yeah, I got him, Hugh. I got him, homie. Don't worry. Shit, I just hit the commercial. Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to. I'm not trying to be a J. I promise.
Factions together and try to heal together. Always remember one thing. I'm Waters, and this is my world.
And now, please welcome Jesse Waters.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's nice to be able to speak to you guys without being interrupted by Jessica Tarloff. She makes me miss Geraldo. One time I said, Geraldo, what is the secret to success in this industry? And he said, Jesse, keep your hair and keep your waistline. Well, so far so good, but I have a different secret, and I'll tell you guys that in a little bit. I started in the basement of Fox News, making minimum wage, no health insurance, 2 p.m. to midnight. I sat next to a girl named Candy who dotted her I with a heart. And all of a sudden I heard there was an opening on the O'Reilly Factor. I said, I got to get this job. I got to get out of the basement. So I go in for an interview with Bill, and I sit down and he sits down, and I give him my resume, and he looks at it and he says, what's your father do? And I told him what my dad did, and then he looks down and he's silent for a long time. And I think he forgets I'm there. And then I said, Bill, I just read your latest book. It was amazing. And all of a sudden he perks up and says, you seem like a smart kid. You start Monday. So he hired me, and then he almost fired me. We had these pitch meetings in the newsroom where we all circle around as producers and we pitch Bill's stories we think will make good TV segments. And these producers are just getting swatted down like flies. Bill's calling us idiots. It comes to me, I bomb, and the producer brings me up to his office afterwards and says, Bill doesn't think you're articulate enough to make it in television. You have 2 weeks to turn it around or you're fired.
Thanks,
And
Reed.
it's like telling Jordan he can't dunk. So I put my nose to the grindstone, turned it around, and I got it together. And Bill said, Jesse, you're bothering everybody in the pod. We're going to have to send you out to the streets to bother other people. He said, I want to find out how much young Americans know about current events. Turns out they know very little. Would you guys like to hear actual questions and answers from Waters World?
You have it listen, you type it in, and then you go digging.
Who did America fight in the Revolutionary War? China. Who won the Civil War? France. Who did America fight in the Vietnam War? Not a trick question. South Korea. What was the ship that the Pilgrims sailed over to America on? The Nina, the Pinta, and the Linta. Name one state that borders Canada. Philly. Not a state. I asked this one kid, what do you think about Bernie Sanders? And he said, who's Bernie Sanders? I said, I wish I didn't know either. And I said, he's the senator from Vermont. He said, what's Vermont?
I wish
My
I was
all-time
that
favorite.
simple, man.
What do you think of the Ebola virus? It's nice.
I wish I was that simple. Like, I wish I didn't know who Bernie Sanders was and have to know about Vermont and Maine and shit.
So it's funny, but it's sad because these people are oblivious and politicians and corporations can hoodwink and bamboozle us. And this is kind of the stage that was set for me in the summer of 2015. And Hillary and Jeb were supposed to fix things. The two most boring politicians in America. Until Donald Trump came down the escalator. And I thought he was selling hats. I didn't know what was going on. And so he connects emotionally with the American people right away on immigration. And everyone's offended, but you feel it in your heart. And so first big event, he has the Iowa State Fair. Do you guys know what the Iowa State Fair is? There you go. So it's like regular politicians go around and press the flesh and try to act like regular people. And there's like fried food everywhere. Trump comes down in his helicopter and lands it in the middle of the Iowa State Fair, gets out in a $5,000 suit, takes a pork chop on a stick, takes a bite, and then starts giving kids rides around the Iowa State Fair in the helicopter. So right away, he wins. And then we start going into these debates. You remember Little Marco? Lion Ted. Or my favorite, he said about Mitt Romney, he said, Mitt Romney is poor and he walks like a penguin. And we're watching this at Fox and we were like, we had no idea. We had never seen anything like this before.
Done.
Middle school ridicule. And it was working.
I gave him a 24-hour timeout to think about it. I might bring him back. You know, they like to stick around and get harassed. Like liberals really like to get harassed. They love to snook. They bitch the hardest, but they're sit here the longest out of anybody. You'll get, dude, I'll do a 6-hour stream and have the same person in here for 4 or 5 hours, put him in timeout 10 times and still be in here. It's like, bro, your hate for Trump is just like almost euphoric for you.
But he was connecting. And he wins the nomination and goes through the summer. And I think there's like this event right around 9/11 and Hillary's walking to her car and all of a sudden she's walking. And then she faints. You'd faint too if you were married to Bill. So we're all tied up going into the first debate. Remember that debate? Trump's like, well, if I were president, you'd be in jail. Drops the mic.
Come back.
Now, Hillary didn't go to jail, but Bill might. Have you guys seen the Epstein files? Woo!
Hold on, before he talks about the Epstein files. If you're going to say something stupid, at least make it funny, or I'm going to put you in timeout. Come back and say something funny or get the fuck on. For real, it's 4:47 a.m. It's either funny or get the fuck on. Ain't nobody got time for your dumb shit. Come on. We're based here. We're not fucking, I can't even say Rainbow Gang, okay? All right?
No bueno. And so Trump cruises, and on election day, Hillary thinks she has it in the bag and falls asleep to get rest for her victory speech that night. She wakes up, and it's a nightmare. Trump has won Florida, North Carolina, and the next thing you know, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin.
That was the end of literally like families, friends. Bro, I had so many friends. That day when I woke up that morning, everybody fucking hated each other, dude. Because all the Trump supporters just sat there the whole time while you Hillary people just sat there like you were so holier than thou. We'll still love you, thinking you had it in the bag. And when you lost, the look on your faces, I still fucking get. Yes. Nobody's
So obviously, what do? I say, I got to get an interview with the president.
Bro.
So we call Hope. She sets it up. It's like somewhere in Tennessee. And he puts me there. There's like this big rally beforehand. O'Reilly made me work the rally beforehand, before a presidential interview. Can you believe it?
Okay,
and so
now
I sit there in this holding area where we're going to do the interview. And all of a sudden, the president walks in the room. Jesse, my man, how you doing? Grabs my hand, like pulls my arm off. He goes right to the mirror, takes the whole thing of hairspray and just goes,
All right, look, I don't know who need to hear this, but my man just tried that new 100 milligram generic Viagra for only 87 cents.
Glazing a billionaire, bro. Stupid.
He sits down, I sit down. He said, Jesse, you see how many people are outside? 45,000, 85,000, 125,000?
Peter.
It's a lot of people out there, Mr. President.
That's what you like.
So we sit down, we wrap the interview, and it's over, and he says, well, we're headed back to D.C. Do you want to ride on Air Force One? And I said, yeah. So next thing you know, I'm like walking up the steps of Air Force One. He puts us in like the business class section. All the fake news is in the back. And so, you know, I'm trying not to steal everything. I have sticky fingers, so like, there's like Air Force One M&Ms with the logo emblazoned on it, and I'm just.
That's on you, Holly, bro. I'm not even fucking touching this.
Stuffing everything in my pockets. And so all of a sudden, Hope says, all right, he's ready for you. And we bring the cameras, we bring it back into like his executive boardroom area of the jet. And I said, Mr. President, now that you're president, they're going to have to rename this Air Force One. Yeah. He didn't think it was funny either. So we wrap the interview and we go back. He tells me to put the camera away. So we're just
No, it wasn't racist. He literally, that's just where the news people are in the back, Candy. He wasn't like referring to like put the news people in the back, like black people.
Talking, I said, Mr. President, why were you playing In Sync at your rally? That's kind of a strange choice. He goes, what do you mean? In Sync's amazing. I said, really? He goes, yeah, Lance Bass is the man. Lance Bass? He said, yeah, Jesse, I was just at this cocktail party the other day in Manhattan, and there was this model, perfect 10, stunning, and she's next to this, like, New York Giants linebacker. Okay, and all of a sudden, Lance Bass walks by, and the model leaves the linebacker and chases after Lance Bass. Lance Bass gets
like
tail.
You can blow me too. Hi. Who else? Anybody else?
I said, Mr. President, Lance Bass is gay. He said, he is? He said, all right, Jesse, I'm going to go talk to the failing New York Times. I'll see you later. So, you know, Fox changes the lineup. They move me from the weekends to the 5 at that point. And
you have a great movie.
And so,
James, likewise, you have a great morning too, brother.
So the best part about the 5 is the commercial break, because Greg is like crazy. I mean, these are things Greg's actually said. He said, Jesse, you want to know the best way to kill your wife?
What?
No, but tell me. Take her hiking. He goes, Jesse, you want to know the best way and the cheapest way to have phone sex? No, tell me. Call Victoria's Secret and ask them to go through the catalog with you. Yeah. I asked Greg if he wanted to play golf a little while back. He said no.
Andy didn't understand what he was saying she don't play that shit either. She don't care. She's cool as hell.
The last time I golfed, I got injured. I said, well, what happened?
Candy's
Someone
my
like
girl.
shank a drive, hit you in the noggin.
Love you, Candy.
He said, no. I was bending over to pick up my ball, and I jabbed my golf club into my neck and ruptured my trachea.
That's Miss Thomas.
Not the manliest guy, but we love him. Janine Pirro, we miss Janine Pirro.
I really think she didn't understand the joke, bro. That's all it was, Holly. She's not on that racist crap. She gets it. She likes me. She loves me. She wouldn't like me if she couldn't take a joke.
I don't think Jessica and Harold miss her so much. Both Jessica and Harold went deaf in their right ears. Doesn't matter, they don't listen anyway. Pirro actually got her phone hacked last month. But the good news is now China's deaf. So I'm on the 5 now, and all of a sudden the phone rings. Jesse, it's your favorite president. How you doing?
10 seconds.
Just got back from 5 days in Asia. It was meeting after meeting after meeting.
Yeah, shit, bro.
If Jeb were president, he would have had to have taken a nap. I said, that's crazy. He said, why don't you bring everybody from the 5 and come have dinner at the White House?
Good, love you.
And I said, even Juan?
Good.
And he paused and he said, what the hell, bring Juan anyway. And so a little while later, we didn't all go. It was me, it was Sebastian Gorka, and Stuart Varney. So we go up.
Those paper straws were stupid. What, you defending those? Those were dumb.
And we get to like the second
What's wrong
level
with
of the
you?
residence, and the president says, you want to go see the Lincoln bedroom? I'm like, sure, I didn't even have to donate anything. And so we go up there, and there's the Gettysburg Address, and like it's encased in glass. And he's standing next to it, and he says, Jesse, some people say my Twitter account is the modern day equivalent of the Gettysburg Address.
Excuse me? What are you doing?
I'm taking photos of books.
Why are you taking pictures of books?
I have this app that can read anything out loud to me.
What do you mean?
Here, look.
As I sit here with one foot on either side of the ledge.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's super cool. And I can even change the speed of it.
Sorry, y'all, I had to make some coffee. I had to.
I said,
I want to roll. I want to smoke some more, and I can't smoke without some coffee at this point.
Some people, meaning you? And then we go downstairs, and he shows me this other room. It's very private. He goes, see that on the wall, Jesse? That painting's a Monet.
Yeah, paper straws.
I'm thinking about taking it with me when I leave. I said, I don't think that's a very good idea, Mr. President. He said, why not? Crooked took the silverware. It's true. So we go sit down, and like Miller's there, and Sarah Huckabee Sanders, and we're having dinner.
I love race people.
And all of a sudden, the first lady walks into the room. And she's statuesque. She's very tall and graceful and elegant. And I had not been briefed on the protocol on how to introduce myself to the first lady. Do I bow? Do I curtsy? I don't know. So I go in for the kiss. So I go, one cheek, and then I got greedy. Other cheek, denied. So I kind of scurry back down a little embarrassed, and I sit back down, and I just change the subject and ask about the Russia hoax, and he forgets about the whole thing.
Lots of wiggles.
And
My
so
eyes.
the first term was very tumultuous. There was a lot of conflict, but like right in that late winter, early spring, Trump was just riding so high. He beat impeachment.
Candy, this shebang. Get shebang 22. It is fucking fire.
I think Gallup had him about a 50% approval rating, and things were going well until the China virus hit and shuts down everything. Stock markets crashing, Black Lives Matter's tearing the place apart. And I'm quarantining with my wife in Manhattan, and all of a sudden the phone rings. Hello? Hey, it's Hannity. How you doing? So what's up, son? He goes, the president's not in a great mood. He wants some of his friends to come cheer him up at Camp David. I said, sweet. How are we getting there? He goes, we're going to.
Don't you think Hannity, like, knows what Trump's dick tastes like? That whole time, dude, I couldn't stand how much he just catered to Trump, bro. Oh, my God.
Take my jet. I said, nice, because I don't have a jet. Yet. So the next thing you know, it's like me, Hegseth, our wives, Hannity, Kilmeade, we're all going down there to Maryland to the woods to go see the president at Camp David. So we.
You heard your name because I just hit my fucking trees and it's some shebang 22 and it's straight gas. You need to get some.
Get there and they have a whole perimeter set up with the Navy.
Sherbang 22, Sherbert with the BANG number 22.
Remember, this is like right at the beginning of COVID. Like no vaccines, like no one knows what it does to you, nothing. So we all have to get tested before we go in there. And the test at the time was the Abbott test. You guys know what that was?
I'm getting there, Reed.
You guys know what a Q-tip is?
Eyes light up, bro.
Okay, there's a Q-tip about that long. And they take this Q-tip and they shove it up your nostril and then swirl it around so it like tickles your brain, makes you cry. And so you have to wait 15 minutes to get the results. It's like no news is good news. So we're all just kind of knocking back drinks in the perimeter of Camp David in the woods, waiting for our test to come back good and go on in.
Enjoy. Love you, Candy.
So all of a sudden, this naval officer says, Mr. Waters, I'd like to see you over.
Love you, Candy. Thank you for all your love for me and Marley and Ryan and everybody. You're an awesome person, and I love to have you around. Much love.
Over here, please. I said, what's up? Walk over. He said, Mr. Waters, sorry to inform you, but you've tested positive. I said, positive for what? He said, you've tested positive for COVID-19, sir. And at the time, we didn't know what it did. Like, was I going to lose my hair?
Yeah.
Was I going to grow a third nipple? I was a little scared. But I was most worried about how I was getting home. I can't take the jet back because I have COVID. And there's no Hertz rental cars in the woods in Maryland. So I start sweating. I don't know what to do. All of a sudden, the naval officer says, I'm sorry, Mr. Waters, but Mr. Hegseth put me up to this. I look over, Pete's laughing at me. He smoked me like a Coke boat. I'll get him back. And so we all hop in the golf cart and we go into the woods and we meet the chaplain. The chaplain puts us on a golf cart and takes us on a tour. He's showing us all the scenes. This is where Bush put in the horseshoe pit. Over here is where Eisenhower installed the par 3 chipping green. And see up on that little deck out there on that, there's a hot tub. Guess which president installed the hot tub? Bill Clinton.
Walnut is really good for you. It's loaded with omega-3 fats or with fiber. You're right next to it.
Hot tub. You could.
If hot tubs could talk.
Don't do it.
And so, then we freshen up, we put jackets and ties on, and we go have dinner, and Robert Kraft was there, the owner of the Patriots, and he starts giving a toast. Boo! Go Eagles. Hey, we won last year. Let us have something. So Kraft starts speaking. He's got the mic, and all of a sudden, and he sneezes near Trump. And Trump, he jumps up and stiff arms Kraft like Gronkowski and runs out of the room. I've never seen a man move like that his age. And everyone's laughing, and Kraft's a little humiliated. But Trump comes back and he grabs the mic and just takes over the speech, and he's like, I tried to set Ivanka up with Tom Brady, and Ivanka's right there with Jared. And Jared's beat red. And Trump's like, Jared can't throw a spiral to save his life, but boy, can he get us those ventilators. So we finish up dinner, and Trump wants to watch a movie. And if the president wants to watch a movie, that's what you do. So remember, he doesn't drink. Thank God. And so we go into the movie theater area of Camp David, and there's this popcorn machine. Trump just goes right for the popcorn, fills it all up, goes and sits down. And those commercial grade salt canisters, they're blue with the white top, the aluminum little thing you kind of hurt your fingernail when you peel it back, the lip. He sits down, he's got the popcorn like this, and he's got the salt like this. And he is pouring a steady stream of salt forever onto the popcorn. And I'm like, this must be the diet of a very stable genius. So then the lights dim. My wife sits next to him. He's on the corner. I sit next to my wife. And as the lights dim, he leans over to my wife, Emma, and says, "Do you sleep naked?"
Stop it! Stop it, bro.
So I don't know what to do.
Stop it, bro.
I got to defend my honor here, but there's Secret Service everywhere. And so I said to I said, "Emma, what did he just say to you?" And she says, "Oh, he said, is Sleepy Joe going to make it?" Do you sleep naked? Is Sleepy Joe going to make it? It's like, thank God. You got to listen.
Wow.
And so the funny thing is, Sleepy Joe did make it. The only guy to sleep his way to the top. So Biden gets in, and Fox kind of rejiggers the lineup again, and they put me at 7 o'clock. So I start calling people for advice. I'm like, thank you. I'm like, I call O'Reilly. He's like, "Jesse, just don't be boring." Okay. I call Bob Costas. Costas says, "Just stay relaxed." I call Tucker. Tucker just says, "Don't lose your sense of humor." I call Scaramucci. He says, "Buy Bitcoin." And then I call Britt Hume, and Britt Hume says, "Jesse, don't sleep with your assistant." I said, "Don't worry, my assistant's a guy." Not that there's anything wrong with that. And so, I'm really hustling. It's 7 o'clock show. I'm off the weekends. I got a show at 5. I got a show at 7. I'm trying my hardest. I'm waking up at 5 a.m. I'm grinding, working out, in office early, sitting, reading, writing. All of a sudden, I'm shaving one day in the bathroom, and my back goes out. And I'm in agony. I'm crawling and hoist myself on the bed. And we have to call 911. It's that bad. So the emergency services team comes up, puts me on like a stretcher, get down to the elevator. I'm in the Upper East Side at the time, and they wheel me out of my apartment. I gave them like the thumbs up, like I was an injured quarterback coming off the field. It's like, I'll be back. They put me into the ambulance, and I'm in serious agony. And I'm just trying to make small talk with the EMT, and I'm like, wow, you must see some crazy stuff, your job. And he goes, yeah, I was just in the Epstein cell. I said, what? He said, yeah, we were the first EMT team on the scene when Epstein killed himself. And it was really weird. I said, well, what do you mean it was really weird? What was weird? And he says, well, when we got to the jail cell, there was like 10 people in the cell. And they were like touching things, like touching the body and moving the body all around. And I'm like trying to get up. I'm like, I'm going into the office. We're going live. This is like the biggest scoop of my career. And the next thing you know, I'm like wheeled into the emergency room. I don't even get this guy's number. I know. And so, they put me in there, they give me an MRI, and then I see the surgeon like a couple days later, and he said, what happened to your back? And I said, well, I've been carrying the 5 for years. Not true, not true. And so he said, no, seriously, like, what's your routine? Like, let me see a picture of your office chair. And then I text my assistant, Johnny, I'm like, send me a picture of the chair. I show him the picture, and he's like, look at this chair, Jesse. This chair is crooked. This chair has destroyed your back. You know who put my chair together? My assistant, Johnny. Now I'm definitely not sleeping with him. And so he's like, Jesse, sitting is the new smoking. The human body was not designed to sit all day. Bad for you. And I'm looking at your images, and you're like this close to like permanent nerve damage. So we do the surgery, and all of a sudden I'm back. I'm like walking, I'm stretching, I'm Maha, baby. And then Fox changes the lineup a little bit again, and Tucker leaves, and they bump me up to 8 o'clock. And so I call Tucker for advice, and he hangs up.
I love Tucker, dude. I love Tucker.
He said, Jesse, every day you want to take a sauna to relax. And then he said, also, don't read what the media writes about you, which in Tucker's case is very good advice. And so, right around this time, lawfare kicks in, right? Like they raid Mar-a-Lago and rifle through Melania's underwear drawer, like a bunch of pervs. And, they indict him in Washington, they indict him in New York. Fanny gets him. And so I saw the president on the golf course right after that, and I said, Mr. President, my wife saw your mugshot. She says you look fierce. And he goes, Jesse, let me tell you what happened. I get in there. Guy goes, click. I go, can I see it? He says, no. I go, can we do another? He says, no. I go, uh-oh. So I'm riding back on the jet, and my lawyer shows me a picture of what I look like. First thing I do, I call Melania. And I said, baby, I know who's going to do our Christmas card. It's the Fulton County Jail photographer. And he's like, did you see me on Tucker? 100 million people watched. It was bigger than when Oprah interviewed Michael Jackson and he was saying, I did not touch those little boys. Damn. There's a lot of people watching. But at this time, when he was assaulted by all these lawyers, his numbers were going up. And in that spring, his lead on Biden was bigger than it ever was. So the Biden team had to do something dramatically different. So what they decided to do is challenge him to an early debate in June. They had to change the trajectory of the race. Or some people think his team purposely blew Joe up so they had enough time to swap in another nominee.
Tucker now is gay.
So Biden, he goes to study at Camp David, and later we found out he just slept the whole week. And then you saw when he walked out onto the debate stage, he was white as a ghost. And what does he say in the first 20 minutes? We finally beat Medicare. Johnny and I were watching at Fox, like our heads hit the ceiling. It's over. White men can jump. And so the coup starts closing in, and he has to pass this big test. They had this big thing on a Friday with NATO. He just had to pass that without screwing up, and he could survive. And he comes to the podium and he said, I'd now like to introduce Vladimir Putin. I mean, Vladimir Zelensky. That's like confusing Maxine Waters with Jesse Waters. No relation. So all of a sudden, the coup is like right around his neck. George Clooney comes in.
Hold on.
Barack.
I'm baked. Hold on. It is Vladimir. Is his name Vladimir Zelensky? And it's Vladimir Putin? Wow. I never put that together. Is that his name?
Sent him in, and Nancy and Schumer twist the knife. But Joe got the last laugh. Joe, right after he dropped.
You know I'm big, because I'm going to wake up like, yeah, it's Vladimir. What the hell is wrong with you, bro? Right now, I can't. I'm like, Vladimir, okay.
Dropped out, endorsed Kamala an hour later, and just stuck the party with her. And so what does she do? Kamala doesn't pick Mayor Pete for VP because he's too gay. So instead, she picks Tampon. Not sure that makes a lot of sense. And so also, like, it was all happened in the same week. Butler, Trump almost dies. And remember, they asked for a drone, denied. They asked for more manpower, denied. This guy's running around with a rangefinder, and they're playing cat and mouse with him, and they let Trump go on stage, which is absolutely crazy. And so the only reason he survived was God.
I don't know. I've been laughing, bro.
So Trump now has God on his side, and he has J.D. Vance, which is good. So that's the ticket. And so Trump rolls into that debate with Kamala, and, you know, it's actually kind of like they were hitting each other pretty good. Kamala was holding her own. Trump was winning on points, and all of a sudden he said, these Haitians, they're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats.
They are. They are. They were. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They were. Here we go.
And I'm watching at Fox with like Brett Baer and the Hard News team, and they're like, what just happened? Like, oh my God.
I live 15 minutes away from there.
And people didn't get it at the time, but like the next day, all everybody was talking about was illegal aliens, Haitians, and they made it a meme. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the dogs.
Who are you to judge?
I thought it was catchy. My mom hates it when I say that.
Judge.
I'm sorry, Mom.
Who are you?
And so, you know how when like punt returners are like taking it to the house?
Marcus feels like he could just judge people. What are you, special, Marcus?
And like no one's near him, and they start celebrating before they get across the goal line. That's what Trump starts doing. Like he's feeling himself. Like he puts on the McDonald's apron. He puts on the garbage man vest. He's having fun. And then he smokes her in every swing state. And now Donald Trump has been a part of the biggest upset victory of all time, the most controversial election of all time, and the greatest comeback of all time.
Dude, there's pictures of one dude walking down Cleveland Avenue with a swan in his hand. There was a picture of a dude in the backyard eating, literally cutting up somebody's dog. I live fucking 20 minutes away. There was signs for missing cats everywhere. Are you telling me it's a lie? You telling me that? You guys are so brainwashed if you think that shit wasn't real. If you don't think there was 25,000 people more than a city could hold, a town could hold, and that there wasn't mayhem, you're fucking crazy, dude. The hospitals were overflowed, filled full of AIDS. There was people that were 16, 17, 18 enrolling for middle school, freshmen in high school, driving with no license, crashing into telephone poles. Bro, y'all don't even know. If you really don't believe that, then I feel bad for you. Literally, the town is meant to hold 25,000 people. There was 50,000 people. The hospital had people sleeping on the ground. Undocumented Haitians having babies with AIDS. That's a real thing. Look it up.
And so the first thing he does is Doge.
And
I'm like, I got to get an interview with the Doge boy.
Oh, Springfield, Ohio. Springfield, Ohio. Look it up. There's plenty of documentaries. There's plenty of fucking actual people that took videos with their cell phones, not like these people saying, oh, so-and-so got sent here and there and there. And there's always, oh, so-and-so died from the you-know-what, but there's no proof. No. These people, there's proof. But see, a lot of people didn't take the time to do their research because they wanted to laugh and think it's a joke because Kamala's dumb, nasty smirk. The second I saw that smirk on her face when he said that, oh my God, bro. Bro, I literally...
So we go into the Eisenhower building and like Elon Musk is there with like 40 dudes eating pizza, listening to classic rock.
Yeah, they were.
I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, they were smashing cars everywhere because they had no license and no clue how to drive. Yes, that's true. A woman was killed right in front of her house. Yes, that's true.
And I introduced myself to Elon and Big Balls.
They were camping out right in front of people's houses.
And so Elon, he grabs this like humongous box of Swiss chocolate. And he starts like offering it to me in this very mysterious way. Yeah. Like he's enticing me with the chocolates. And he's like showing it to me like, do you want some chocolates, Jesse? Just lost my mic.
It was good.
He's like seducing me with the chocolates. And I'm thinking like, now I know why this guy's got so many baby mamas. So we get in there and Big Balls and Musk are telling me like we're spending $2 million on sex changes in Guatemala, $20 million on Iraqi Sesame Street, and like $100,000 on a DEI opera in Ireland. What American is watching that opera? Only Rosie O'Donnell. So Musk has a little bit of a tiff with the president, but they patch things up where?
Hold on.
At the Arizona Memorial.
What are you saying here, Tay Girl? What are you saying? Sounds like you're Wolf talking a whole lot of shit. What you saying over here? You calling people immigrants and you are literally dragged and crawled yourself to everybody's goddamn place of residence. What the fuck does that mean, Taylor, you dumb bitch? What does that mean? For real. What does that mean? What are you trying to say? You know where you won't find any white people? The Caucasus Mountains. You know where they come from? What is your fucking point? I don't need to get it. I don't understand what you're trying to say. Yeah, do your thing, girl. They don't bathe regularly and thoroughly, saying someone else is caring. I don't know what you're talking about. You're just talking out of your ass. Honestly, unless I'm retarded or
For
something.
Charlie Kirk. That's God again. And so, you know, the president invited us again, my wife and I, on Air Force One, very grateful. And he said, you know, Jesse, the guy that shot me had a perfect SAT score.
Thank you.
The guy that shot Charlie had straight A's. Smart people hate me. And I'm like, I must be an idiot. Because I love you. And so we're on Air Force One, and Oz is there, the doctor, and he's telling me the history. We modeled Air Force One after the Saudi Royal jet, so they had a operating room on there in case anyone needed surgery. And Dr. Oz says, Jesse, from Arizona to DC, I could perform 16 vasectomies. I said, only on Elon? And then Trump's so excited, he loves to show stuff off, so he's like bringing us back to like the private quarters of the jet. And he's like, see, Jesse, that's the bedroom area, there's the bathroom. I said,
hold on, are you stupid or dumb? Hold on, you know what? I don't give a damn. Hold on, y'all, we'll go back to this. Hold on a second. Stupid, bleeding hard ass, you don't even know shit. I have to teach you people everything, don't I? Dude, I love how the media is like false claims until you go listen to like nurses until you listen to nurses' stories and stuff. They took it for aid, bro. Hold on. This is saying that it's false rumors, but dude, I literally could pull up videos of the nurses showing the people laying on the ground. That's how bad. Yes, Haitians in media under parole program. Once here, immigrants are eligible to temporary protective status. Yeah, dude, they're great. Dude, they've got way more rights than you think, bro. See, they said again, false claim, Haitian immigrants for spreading HIV in Ohio. It's not a false fucking claim, dude. It's just not. The media is just ridiculous.
Mr. President, did you ever sleep in the bed? He goes, Jesse, I've slept in thousands of beds in my life, but never that one. I said, do you mind if my wife and I sleep with it? And he looks at me and he goes, do it passionately. Oh my God. And so he brings us over to like the executive room and he sits down, we're having like Mexican food. he goes, Jesse, you want to see the rendition of the big, beautiful ballroom? I said, sure, let me see it.
Something that was
Rolls the whole thing out. And guys, I don't know if you know this, the ballroom is huge. Like, I said, Mr. President, the ballroom is 4 times the size of the White House. He said, Jesse, it's a monument. I'm building a monument to myself because no one else will.
Oh God! Hey girl, you got it.
So a couple of weeks after, we were at the White House for the Medal of Freedom ceremony for Charlie, where Erica received it so gracefully. And I walk in, I see O'Reilly, and then I see Tucker on the other side. And I'm like, wait a second. These are the 3 guys at 8 o'clock. I got to get a picture. So I go over to Tucker. I said, Bill's over there. We got to get a picture. He said, okay. So I bring Tucker over to kind of like the middle. And then I go over to Bill. I said, Bill, Tucker's over there. Like, we got to get this picture. And he goes, you bring Tucker to me. He bigfooted him. So I go tell Tucker to come over, and Tucker's laughing. We go over, we take a picture with Bill. And then Beck comes in. So it's like me, Beck, Tucker, O'Reilly, the legends. And then a legend in his own mind. And then I'm thinking to myself, wait a second. All these guys have been fired from Fox except me, and all these guys don't drink except me. The secret to my success is drinking. Greg doesn't drink, so he'll probably be gone next.
I could actually.
So I only told Erica Kirk this. Greg, me, and Harold Ford Jr. have formed a Bible study group. What is going on? Harold's like a black Democrat Baptist. I'm a C&E Christian. I only go to church on Christmas and Easter. Gutfeld's either Jewish or an atheist or Catholic. I don't know what the heck he is.
Because I just drank a fat ass fucking cup.
But Charlie's death just wanted me, it made me want to reconnect with God.
I might do a dab though. I'm putting up Gutfield next. I'm going to do a dab because I've been drinking this coffee. But if I get tired, then I'm going to go probably in the middle if I can't finish it. But I'll try. It's only 24 minutes.
So Harold Ford has given us this book of Bible passages, and there's a Bible passage each day. So every morning we all read this Bible passage, and then we text each other about what we think of it. It's the most beautiful thing in the world. And the lawyers at Fox love it that we're texting about Jesus instead of, you know, the other stuff. And I'm learning more about Jesus, and just from these short passages. And if you guys could tell me, what is the main message of Jesus in one word? Love. It's love. And I'm realizing that the government will not protect what you love. You have to do it. You cannot rely on the government to protect what you love. And so let's have everybody stand up right now for what they love. Now, if you love your spouse,
no,
you love your country,
stop talking to me, bro.
You love your heritage, your people, your faith, your God, your land, your ideas, your beliefs, your history, and you stand up for that.
My favorite.
And you have the courage, like Charlie Kirk, to stand up and protect what you love. Turning Point, I love you. Thank you so much. And always remember, I'm Waters, and this is my world.
We're gonna try it. We're gonna try it. I didn't watch none of this, but I watched a bunch of people talk about it.
Learning to question the actual words they use. Because we are sharing the risk and being able to say what we want, the language changes. The best thing you can do when you're in conflict with anyone is to have fun. Why is it so important that I should agree with you? If you're looking for reassurance that you are right, I'm the wrong person. Do you ever wonder why I would risk this? Do you ever think to yourself, I'm outnumbered by you? Do you ever ask yourself, why would this person do this? The reason why I think the government and the media don't like somebody who's widening the lanes of free speech is because they defined disagreeableness as hate speech and hate speech as crime.
Please welcome Greg Gutfeld.
Support the commandments or the Constitution. I mean, it matches up with the commandments pretty well.
Well, thanks for coming out. Gotta go.
Let me do this properly, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Benny Johnson.
Yeah, Benny.
And this is the undisputed king of comedy in the world, Greg Gutfeld, the #1 comedy show on earth.
See, bro.
The great Greg Gutfeld.
Thank you.
Let's go.
Woo. Gotta say, you're the first adult male I've ever met named Benny. It's very strange.
So this happens constantly. There's a guy named Benny Thompson.
Right.
He's a Democrat.
Yeah.
He ran like the January 6th committee.
That's right.
And Donald Trump's like, F that Benny Johnson. Like every once in a while he mixes up my name.
You know, I think I accidentally sent you a pipe bomb. Don't you hate that?
It's not a cake, Kate. It's a bomb. It's from Greg Gutfeld. I'll explain later.
Don't steal. Don't cheat. Don't kill. Come on, dude. Really? Of course, not everything, but you know.
Kate, that looks like a pipe bomb. It's a little prank.
Don't be stupid. You cherry picking ass liberal.
Okay, you know Brett Baer. He's like the best.
Who?
And Brett Baer is like straight up and down news, and he's like delivering this news about January 6th and the pipe bomb, and he did the same thing. He goes, and that's a problem for Benny Johnson, lying about destroying America. I'm like, no, please. How do I get my reparations?
Yeah. Well, you know, who would have thought that Brett Baer's real talent is rapping? It's just, have you seen him rap? Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Donald Trump was the #1 most name-dropped American in all rap songs. According to the Huffington Post, they did a full analysis, and they found that President Trump's name was used something like 5,000 times in rap songs. Well, because Trump was culture.
Yeah.
And Trump was fun. Trump is funny. And that's what made him so viable in these elections. That's what makes him such a powerful force. And since he's been on your show, and since that was a massive show, I want to sort of like, maybe why don't we start there? Like,
well, here's an unspeakable
They don't want to
truth.
understand.
If you were to ask
it's all good. We get
a
it.
hip hop artist, who would you rather be? Donald Trump, arrogant, obnoxious, driven, whatever, or Barack Obama? All of them would say
Obama
Donald Trump.
likes Michael's
It's because
cock.
It's because wherever he goes, there he is. Life follows you, and you're having.
I know Gutfeld's gay. He's hilarious, but we all know Obama's, You know what I'm saying? Michael, you know, come on, we all know.
Being fun. I always talk about how we're living in the era of the flip. When I was your age, we didn't have Turning Point. I'm so old. When I was your age, the bad guys in every movie were the old crotchety white Republican, and the cool kids were like the hippies. I always use Animal House as kind of the analogy. The Animal House were the young fun lovers, and the dean was the evil conservative. It's flipped. It's now the teachers and the administrators who are the liberals, the woke and the left wing, because they got high on their own farts. They had no opposition to their ideas, and now they became the man. And then what happens is you have somebody like Donald Trump, who's a billionaire, real estate contractor, who is now the rebel. He literally is the head of the Hells Angels. I borrow this. I often borrow this analogy from Scott Adams, but the reason why the Trump administration is so interesting is that it's a pirate ship.
I don't care if Gutfeld's gay. I like Gutfeld.
It's like they don't have to get along. There could be a few rough edges in there. Maybe a few of them did time. There might be a body or two buried under, under a floorboard here and there. But they're all rowing in the same direction. If you have a sordid past, if you're a bit quirky, eccentric, dangerous, but you believe in what they believe, you can get on that pirate ship. So you have all these interesting people going in one direction, and the key is they're interesting. They're not technocrats. They're not bureaucrats. They're not rent-seeking politicians. They're just kind of like, they remind me, I'm old, they remind me of the Oakland Raiders from the 1970s. Just dangerous.
This isn't just some stuffed animal. Waffy has smart technology inside that recognizes Emma's voice.
President Trump has dirty communist Orhan Mandami in the White House. And a reporter goes, hey, Mandami, like, is he still a fascist? And Trump's like, you can call me a fascist. Just call me a fascist. It's funny, right? Trump's hilarious. Well, and he's been on your show, and he used to go on late night shows all the time. You remember Jimmy Fallon? He like tussled his hair. He like messed. You guys remember that? Jimmy Fallon messed up Trump's hair? And he was beloved on late night.
Yeah.
And then suddenly, like, what the hell happened? These guys' balls fall off. Like they can't like do an interview with Donald Trump anymore.
I would say the balls fell off, except for The View. Too easy. That's too easy, people. Don't indulge me. It'll just get worse. You know what I think it is if you look at why people resent Donald Trump, and I've been thinking about this for a long time because I had the same issues in 2016, 2015, and I knew Trump. Why do people resent anything? It's because they play a role somehow in the resentment, and they have yet to confront themselves over it. So you know when you're really mad at somebody and you don't know why? A lot of times it has to do with it's exposing something about you. And I think when Donald Trump came up and you had all these people that were friends with him, he exposed something about them that they didn't want to know. That they like, and I'm going to use, let's say, I'm going to use the Never Trumper conservatives. Why were they the most extreme in their dislike for Trump? Because he exposed to them that they actually weren't the voice of conservatism. And that
I'm
upset
laughing
them.
my ass off. I get it.
It's like, wait a minute. Sitting in my leather armchair, smoking a cigar, quoting William F. Buckley, I'm in charge. And yet it's this guy. If they had actually said, okay, why is this? Because I had to do this with myself. Why is his success bothering me? Because you can, honestly, you can do this with every person in your life on a personal level. What kind of resentment do you hold and what's your role in it? And I'm going like, I know I'm pissed off at Trump because for years I was going after the politically correct and I was saying all these things And he came in and just blew it up. And that should have been me. I'm telling you, that is behind all of the resentment about Trump in the entertainment industry, in the world of politics. I won't say who this was, and his name does not rhyme with Schmill O'Reilly, but I was on this show, and afterward, they had done a segment on Trump. This is probably 2016, 2015, maybe earlier, and the host said, why did I run for president? And I think in a lot of people's minds, they were resentful that he did it and they didn't. And why wasn't it them? And then you go to the late night talk shows. So here's the way I look at late night talk shows. Imagine this amazing high school with tens of thousands of people, and there's one cool table off on the side, and there's 4 or 5 people holding court there, and they're the coolest people on the planet. You come in and they invite you to that table and you go, I'm good. I'm going out with these people. That created a crisis in confidence in those people when they suddenly realized that their views are not held by everybody else. They realized that sitting in that table, they were just talking to themselves and nobody cares.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares. I checked the ratings before coming out here. Greg Gutfeld has triple the ratings of Stephen Colbert. Greg Gutfeld has quadruple the ratings of Jimmy Kimmel. Even when he's crying, that son of a bitch. You know, he lied. That bastard lied. That bastard lied. He was ripped off air. He threw a temper tantrum. He was put in timeout because he lied about Charlie Kirk.
Two things about.
I had a hell of a show that night when they announced he got let go. I had a great show that night.
Remind me about the Kimmel thing because it's important. The first thing about competition. So when we were entering the late night sphere, I really didn't want to do it, but I did it. I didn't look at myself as competing against them. I thought to myself, no, I'm going for bigger fish. Like I bet I could get the same number of all of them combined. So I didn't even think about them. What I was thinking about was like Monday Night Football, like actual things that people watch. And there are nights when I'm number 1 in all of cable beating.
So is he gay or not, guys? I heard he was gay and I heard he wasn't gay. I looked it up and said he wasn't. Is he gay?
Professional football games, sometimes every week. So it was all about like, this is not even in my universe. Because I think if I had focused on them, it would have been at the detriment of a wider audience. So now you look at like something like Kimmel and you go back to what I was talking about, that when somebody is upset about something, it's more about themselves. What is it about Kimmel that makes him so upset about Charlie Kirk's?
No, I don't care. I think he's hilarious, dude. I got friends that I play poker with that are gay that are hilarious, bro. They be calling people, you know.
Yeah, it was clearly lack of impact. He saw somebody have an impact that he kind of thought he wanted. And I feel like a lot of people feel that way when something big happens and it's not them and they are so ego driven, it hurts them. And his lashing out was basically saying, wait a second, I truly am irrelevant. Behind every resentment is self-doubt. And you hear the imposter syndrome. It's kind of more, maybe I'm not all that I cracked up to be, and it sucks. And I think that's why he lashed out at Kirk. He saw the world change, and he was left behind. Imagine being in a movie in which if you find out in the final act that you're the bad guy, how do you deal with it? That's how you deal with it.
Wow. Why is the left so bad at comedy?
You know, it's interesting. They always used to say that about the right. Why is the right so bad at comedy? But if you look at the comedians from the 70s, they weren't liberal. It just so happened that the left kind of like priced themselves out of comedy by putting a price on what is considered hurtful. They always say to me, Gutfeld just punches down. And I go, what am I punching down? I'm pretty short. It's not a lot of things I can punch down on. Maybe Dan, but I don't hit women. I just want to make that clear. But the idea that making fun of the trans movement is punching down, that is so completely wrong. When you go after a sacred cow, or is it a sacred bull?
Sacred cow if you're talking about The View.
See? I'm already having an impact on culture.
What about Milo? Come on, dude.
But they would say, oh, if you're going after specific identity groups, you're punching down, like trans. No, you're punching up because they are sacred cows. They have preferential treatment that nobody else has. So I thought, I'm going after the people they say is off limits. Because number one, I am not going to be compelled to behave in a way that they say is appropriate. And number two, yeah, you can clap.
If you can't balance on one foot for 30 seconds, I beg you to try this. You don't need to.
The moment you obey, it's over. You know, they don't like you. Drives me crazy to watch people strive for this strange new respect of liberals. Like, oh, I'm so excited when a liberal comedian agrees with me. This is one of the things that I remember when I was anti-Trump. Man, did I get love. I got love from the other side. And I remember, this is like, you know, Twitter was still pretty big in 2014, and I'm getting all this love. And I won't say the comedians' names, but they were like, oh, Greg, you know, it's great what you're doing on the 5. And I got to say, it felt good, you know, to get these accolades from people who normally call me a right-winger. And then I realized this was wrong. It's like, what am I doing? This is feeding my ego. And that was one of the things when I realized, okay, I'm not actually speaking the truth. I'm trying to build myself up. And that's when I said, okay, enough. And what made me change on Trump was I had to ask myself, what is it that he's saying that's upsetting me? And what is he doing that's upsetting me? He hadn't done anything yet. He wasn't president. So I pay attention to his deeds. I focused on deeds and not words. And once I basically dialed my ego back down, where, you know what? It's not about me. He suddenly became hilarious again. So I think that a lot of the never Trumpism is all about ego. They can't admit the sunk cost of their beliefs. If I hated Trump for so long, if I stop hating Trump, what did I just do for the last 10 years? It's like being in a terrible relationship and you don't want to get out of it because you were in it for so long. You know, what's the other? There's an opportunity cost that you start thinking about all the things you could have devoted your time to, but it was to this. I do think you're seeing cracks in it. People are like, you hear people, you know what? I'm not going to talk about Trump anymore. That's their way of saying, I'm a loser. The other thing too is, one of the interesting things about Trump derangement syndrome is that they call things a syndrome when there's no origin, like chronic fatigue syndrome. Those are things that they say we don't know what causes it, so we call it a syndrome, which is a collection of symptoms. It's not Trump derangement syndrome, it's Trump derangement addiction. And the reason why it's an addiction, and I use that phrase now, is because you can't control it. And when an addiction is out of your control, it has a power over you. And it creates a filter. Like if you were addicted to drugs, you have no control over it, and you see everything through the filter of drugs. It's like, how can I carve out enough time to buy drugs? Where's my dealer? With Trump, it's like every story is seen through the filter of what does it have to do with Trump. That is an addiction. And I honestly believe that if they treated TDA like any other kind of substance, people's lives would change for the better. I'm serious.
Y'all been buying that generic Viagra from Walgreens? Stop now. You can get 100 milligram generic Viagra.
You should, next time you run into somebody who's vehemently anti-Trump, you should ask them, I think you might have a problem. And then go, hey, do you want to go to a movie? And then you go, sure, you go to a movie, and you walk them into a room with all of their friends. And they all have letters. Dear Steve, we've noticed all you do is talk about Donald Trump from morning till night. And we're worried about you. We think you need help. I think that is like, if you look at it through that framework, it makes so much sense.
Should we open TDS asylums?
Say again?
Asylums, like mental health institutions.
I think we should, yes. I mean, one of the
people.
things, too, is understand that it's a flaw in human beings. We are.
Dude, TDS is such a real thing. Trust me. When I show content like I do, I see TDS like you have no idea.
We are drawn towards negativity over positivity because we're always trying to improve. So we like negative tweets over positive tweets. What's wrong with me is what everybody thinks. The Trump thing is a big what's wrong with me for never Trumpers. You kind of have to understand that. That's why I always say, when you're dealing with never Trumpers or heavy, deep antagonism, observe, don't indulge. Observe, like you'll notice when you're at a workplace, who's the coolest person at work? It's the person that's observing and not indulging. The person that listens to gossip but doesn't spread it. That's the person you want to be. And you're going to find a much bigger, a greater peace of mind. And you're going to see that the people that disagree with you are going to be wondering, what do you have that they don't have? What is this thing? It's like I have good friends who are incredible never Trumpers, and it rolls right off me. And it bothers them more because they're trying to figure out, well, why am I this way and he's not? He's relatively successful. He's got, a happy family. Why is he not evil? And then you're causing them to think differently about their own resentment. Underneath every resentment is self-doubt.
This resentment is killing comedy. We have a comedic institution in our country called Saturday Night Live.
Yeah.
If some of you are old enough, maybe raise your hands. Some of you might be old enough. Do you remember Gerald Ford falling down the stairs? This is a famous Chevy Chase bit.
Half of these people weren't even born.
Right.
Well,
so,
all
okay,
of
some of the
people
people
were
are born. There's a president who we had just a couple of, months ago, who was falling ass backwards across stages, down the stairs, over the Resolute desk in the White House. But
enough about Obama. Let's focus on Biden.
They never made fun of him.
Yeah.
And I think that that's a crisis, actually, when there are untouchable things. Like, why did Saturday Night Live do that?
Well, this is the other thing that's great about whenever you're in a conversation, whether it is with the media, especially the media, is that they don't have any credibility. And SNL has no credibility. The late night shows have no credibility. The media has no credibility, but because for 4 years, they deliberately covered up for a president that was brain dead. There's no reason for you. It's kind of like, it's like you don't take financial advice from Jim Cramer, You don't take
fitness advice from Whoopi Goldberg.
Yes, exactly. See, that was better. I'm having an impact on culture. Everyone.
Who are you talking to, bro? I just want to know who you're talking to. Gorilla, who do you think you're being funny? Like, hey, just give me hit one in the chat when you want me to off this cat, please. Just let me know and I'll get rid of him. Y'all can debate or whatever, but if he's annoying, just hit one. I'll boot this cat because I don't like reading his comments because it just hurts my eyes. It's just fucking annoying.
Fat joke at a time. By the way,
Chris,
I forgot what I was talking about, but I don't have much time. People have asked me, like, why do you always make fun of somebody's weight or looks? And I have a theory, which is 100% bulletproof. I call it the hierarchy of smears. Everybody that I make fun of for their weight or their hair loss or their whatever has once compared me to a Nazi or a fascist. And in the hierarchy of smears, you can fit a lot of stuff below Nazi. The moment somebody calls you a Nazi, you can call them anything.
Bring one.
And here's why.
First one.
Here's why.
10 seconds. First
When
one.
somebody calls you a Nazi, that's an amplified narrative that puts a target on your back. But when I call Brian Stelter fat, I'm not painting a target on it, even though it could be a big one. But nobody's going to kill somebody because they're fat. But they will kill you if they've been told through a repetitive demonizing narrative that you are a Nazi. They will come for you, as we know.
Well, fuck around and find out. I don't give a shit.
Hey, it's Adam with
Fuck
Vanish.
around and find out. I don't care.
All right, so what you've just seen right there is me using our laser strike system, which...
I want to wrap up just very quickly here. How do we save comedy? There seemed to be like this incredible watershed moment where Dave Chappelle, Netflix was trying to cancel Dave Chappelle. They did this big walkout because he told a transgender joke, right? And Netflix said, like, no, Dave Chappelle said, no, I'm not cutting that for my set. And that seemed like there was like this fever that started to break there.
Well,
now, like, how do we save comedy?
I'm telling you, this was free money on the table for us. The moment the left abdicated their dedication to free speech became our win. It just so happens we got President Trump, who uses speech like, you know, a giant paintball with a gun, you know.
For you.
And I mean, all the stars aligned. I don't care about, I don't care if I'm going to get canceled, because I live in a world where I will always land on my feet, because we share the risk. If one of your friends gets canceled, you share the risk. You step up for people. The left, they learned that they can't even depend on each other. They will throw one of their own to the wolves with the hopes that the wolves will eat them last, but they always get eaten. Hence the size of the view.
Yeah, okay. We did a lot of picking. We did a lot of rightfully picking on libs in your industry. You are destroying them. And it's so great to finally have comedy back in America. What is your single favorite Donald Trump, last question, single favorite Donald Trump comedic moment, either behind the scenes maybe you witnessed or something that was on stage? But as the most successful comedian in the industry, what's your favorite Trump comedy moment?
You know what? I got to go with the all-time classic.
I know I'm not a Republican.
You know, there's so many, but the all-time classic that got me out of my chair and go, that's the man, was when he said, to be fair, it was Rosie O'Donnell. That was pure comic timing. He was seeing the question coming. He could have, a pure Republican response would be, of course, that was in the past. I don't think like that anymore. There are times when it was for entertainment purposes, but that's not what he did. He said, to be fair, it was Rosie O'Donnell. And I'm sure that it wasn't just me. I'm sure millions of people got up from the chair and go, that's the guy.
God, who wants Greg Gutfeld to do stand-up for the next hour? Is Sandy right there? Listen to this. The king of comedy, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
The great Greg Gutfeld!
Thank you, everybody.
This is for all the bleeding heart. Really, you're so motivated. Out bleeding heart.
All right. Phoenix
Phoenix, Arizona. How the hell you doing? Hey, look. Let me start out by this. My boss is the greatest president in history of this nation, Donald Trump. I love that guy. Look, let's talk about the most successful president in the history of this nation when it comes to border security, immigration enforcement. He promised the American people he would secure the border. And right now, today, as I'm standing here, we have the most secure border in the history of this country. I just returned. I was on the California border. I was on the Arizona border. I was on the Texas border just a few days ago. I spent 3 days on the surveillance at that northern border by plane, by boat, by four-wheel drive. 3 days on the border. I didn't see one illegal alien. None.
I have no idea.
I started in the Border Patrol in 1984. I've been around a long time. I'm an old guy. But I've never seen that. So it amazed me, even though I knew the success.
You want to see some humor in that guy's comment? The guy that said Republicans do all the canceling. Hey, Baxter, guess where you're going? Straight to the jizz corner. I'll only give you 10 seconds. Go to the corner and think about it. Just canceled your ass quick.
Level was, I just sat.
Well, I ain't a Republican either, bro, by the way. I don't know why you consider people that are just patriots Republicans. Like, bro, you're just corny.
Back with the CBP Commissioner Rodney Scott, I said, can you believe this shit? Not one illegal alien. Not one. Most secure border in history of the nation. President Trump made 3 promises to the American people when it comes to immigration.
I can't get over it. Like, really, just because, like, you want to make America great again, or you actually care about your country, you're a Trump supporter automatically. Or if you like certain things Trump does, but you don't like certain things he does, how does that make you subdued? That just makes you a human being. You're just delusional and deranged. And you have a syndrome. And we all fucking laugh at you.
Secure the border. He'd have a historic deportation operation, and he'd find kids that were smuggled into the country under Joe Biden, and they forgot about and they lost track of. So we got the most secure border in the history of the nation. There's a 95% decrease in illegal immigration. What does that mean? It means less women are being sexually assaulted making that journey. Less children are dying. Less fentanyl is getting into the country, killing Americans. Less known suspected terrorists are coming to the country. You know who's pissed off? The criminal cartels of Mexico, because they're going broke.
This robotic puppy is so lifelike, it actually fooled my neighbor who's a veterinarian. I've been a grand...
President Trump is saving thousands of lives every month. With 95% less people coming, how many women ain't being raped? How many children aren't dying? How many pounds of fentanyl ain't? It's a simple question. They want to say the Trump administration is inhumane. No, let me tell you what's inhumane. Inhumane is 250,000 people dying of fentanyl came across an open border. Inhumane is over 4,000 aliens dying making that journey. Inhumane is a record number, historic number of sex trafficking across that southern border. That's inhumane. President Trump is saving thousands of lives every month. Sex trafficking is way down. Smuggling is non-existent. American lives are being saved every day. Now let's talk about promise number 2 that he kept. The biggest deportation operation in history of this nation.
300,000. 300, bro. You got to add a K at the end. 300,000 kids is what the government tells you. That's not even what the actual real number is, because you know the numbers aren't for real. You know they're all fudged.
In less than a year since President Trump's been in the Oval Office, we're in the year about 650,000 deportation, which blows any record out of the water. So he's already beat every record there when it comes to deportation. But we got nearly 2 million that left on their own because they knew ICE was out there looking for them. They decided to leave on their own. So record number of removals. Well, get this. While Pam Bondi is suing the Department of the sanctuary cities, once we beat the sanctuary cities.
Bro, here, I'll come back. I'll show you. I have it already pulled up. Straight from the government itself. I'll show you. Like, why y'all? I don't understand why people can't just look something up from something and be like, oh, damn. Here's actual Congress.gov. Talks about right here. Trafficked, exploited migrant children. Biden administration. And then you can go down. It shows all the people that were filing it right here. This is all through the Senate. And hold on, I'm not reading all this. There's 85,000 here. Here. Look. That's in 2024. 100, I think they said 120 were recovered. 120 were recovered. So 120,000 missing were recovered. But that doesn't even mean nothing. There's so many kids missing in North Carolina, Maui, California. It doesn't stop.
Once we bring all 10,000 new agents on the ground, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Texas after the floods.
For those politicians, mayors, governors, members of Congress who compare ICE to the Nazis and to the Gestapo, you're disgusting.
Yeah, whatever it is.
Threats against ICE officers about up like 8,000%. Actual assaults are up like 1,400%. I want to remind everybody, the men and women of ICE, the men and women of Border Patrol, they're American patriots. They don't hang their heart on the hook when they go to work. They're enforcing the laws. Members of Congress, you don't like it, change the law. If they're a racist for enforcing the law, what's that make you? You wrote the law. So stop the crap, support the men and women of ICE, because if you don't, if the hateful rhetoric continues, there's going to be more bloodshed. I can't wait till next year. It's going to be incredible.
They don't.
2 promises made, 2 promises kept. He promised a massive deportation operation. You got it, and we're continuing.
Liberals don't. If you mean by they, you mean liberals, I hope you do. I mean, they're the ones that vote to be able to get rid of them before they even come out the body.
Third promise. 500,000 children were smuggled into the country across that open border under Joe Biden. 500,000. They released them to unvetted sponsors. They lost track of about 300,000 kids. They didn't know where they were. They weren't looking for them.
Oh, wait.
They didn't care. President Trump made a promise.
How many kids did he just say? Why'd I even have to stop and look it up? He said it his damn self.
1,000,000. They released them to unvetted sponsors. They lost track of about 300,000 kids. They didn't know where they were. They weren't looking for them. They didn't care. President Trump made a promise. We're going to do everything we can to find these kids. Thanks to the work of the FBI, DHS, and Homeland HHS, I'm proud to say we've already located 129,000 of these missing kids.
I was wrong, 129.
129,000 children that the last administration wasn't even looking for. Look, I'll be clear. Some of these children were safe with family, just hiding out. But many of these children were in sex trafficking, being sold to the sex trade. Many were in forced labor. God bless President Trump. He saved thousands of children.
Unleash your child's inner math person with Brilliant. It's an effective and fun way to learn, built for the way students' minds actually work.
President Trump promised, and I'm going to keep that promise, we're going to run down every single lead of every single child, and when we're done with all those leads, we're going to do it again. And we're going to do it again, and we're going to do it again. But here's the honest truth. Out of those three promises, I knew the children would be the hardest because it's hard to find them. We can find you. You got credit cards, you own a home, you got a car, you pay utility bills. You have a digital footprint. Children don't have that digital footprint. So we had to count on the digital footprint of the sponsors. Many of the sponsors weren't fingerprinted. Many of the address wasn't even verified. So when agents from the FBI and ICE go out there looking for them, many times these addresses are parking lots, supermarkets.
I can get rid of you.
But because of their dedication, because of their love for this president, because of their sacrifices they've made to save these children, because they know a lot of them are living a life of hell every day. At least 14 of these kids already died. Despite all these obstacles, despite the Democratic politicians, despite the hate, for them to find 129,000 already is remarkable. I started as a Border Patrol agent in 1984. I've come out of retirement twice for this president.
Talk shit to the chat for a hot minute. Look, bro, I don't even look. Kirk was a fraud. You said that enough times that, bro, you're a fraud. Later, dog. Freedom of religion is a liberal concept. Okay, Gregory, you're pushing the limit here. The Constitution's a liberal document. Okay, now you done pushed. I'm not going to delete you, but you're definitely going to the jizz corner for a minute. Think about the dumb shit you're saying right now. You were making sense for a minute. Oh, no. I like talking shit to these fucks sometimes.
Thank you for doing that because my wife's still pissed off. I came back because I saw the traps. I woke up every day the last 4 years pissed off because I knew how many children died last night. How many women got sexually assaulted. How many Americans died last night from fentanyl. I knew when President Trump got back in the Oval Office, he would secure the border and by doing so save American lives. And not only that, save alien lives. And not only that, you got to remember, a strong border means strong national security. We have to know who's coming in, who's going out, all that thing. Well, let me end with this. My time is up. But let me end with this. To the men and women of ICE, to the men and women of the United States Border Patrol, I love each and every one of you. I will have your six until the day I die.
don't think
I didn't know what
anybody
honey
should
does to
check some.
testosterone until I saw this.
He's not worthy of being praised, bro. I don't know why you would. What would make you? What would make you? I'm just wondering, what would make you want to suck his dick, bro? Why can't you just come in and listen to the fucking speeches? And why are you like that fucking hardcore? Like, dude, I don't even fuck with Trump like that. And I don't know why you get so triggered, bro. That's some female qualities. Legit, you got female qualities. You can't even sit back and just chill. You literally got a quality of a fucking a bitch. What do you want me to say, man? I know females in here that have more fucking balls than you do. Cry about it. I mean, come on. You were making hella sense, and then all of a sudden you just got real corny, bro. I mean, real fucking corny. And I'm just like, wow, how fuck corny can you be, dude? Well, it's really messed up because public is not allowed, so who knows what happens there. I don't know. Exactly. I voted for this shit too. I voted for the immigration part of it all. There's a lot of things about Trump that I don't like. A lot of things. I mean, I don't even like Trump, but I do like what he's doing with I honestly, as long as he gets the illegals out of here, bro, I don't care. He's way better than Kamala. He's way better than Biden. It's not even a question, and that's all we had to choose from. So any of you fuckers in here that think that Trump is actually like, you know, you're just stupid. I forgot I was talking about. I ain't gonna lie, I was reading the comments. This guy can't even spell or speak. Rusty Nelson. Who's Rusty Nelson, bro? It's about time kids get. Wait, it's about time kids that were trafficked. What does that got to do? You didn't even say it right. Say it right. Doesn't even make sense. Yeah, Kamala's horrible, bro. Kamala's fucking horrible. Damn, son, you're so high. You're gonna pass out. Yeah, boy, look, yo, my cat's sick as shit, man. I've been up, like, he's been keeping me up for like a few days. I took a nap. That's how I even went live. I just been smoking hella trees, lightweight tired trees and coffee go good together. Yeah, look, the thing I love about Trump is that Gary, my fucking guy, what's up, brother? Yeah, the thing I don't really care about Trump, but the thing I do like about him is that he's funny as hell. He is. Gary pops in at the right fucking time. He knows. China. Bro, that shit's hilarious. That shit's funny as hell when he says China. Or he'll say, what does he say, Gary? Come on, help me out. Shut up, silly woman. Yeah, bro, he's the best troll. Man, remember when Zelensky came in the White House in that fucking jumpsuit? Come on, man. Bro, them Somalis are on some shit. They're taking over Columbus too, Gary. They're taking over Columbus, brother. They've already been, man. If you paid attention, I've been telling you guys that shit. I'm like, bro, I'm surrounded by Somalians. This was like the last 10 years. It's just now coming to the front. I mean, dude, he looks, dude, I don't know. I think his kids are based. Who's allowing that? Who do you think, Gary? You know, Gary gets it. Fucking Gary gets it. There's major things he's doing to help Indian. He's definitely helping out places, bro. The fact that he's, you know, I don't know, he just bombed Nigeria. Supposedly ISIS, which is us, are persecuting Christians, which is what Nicki Minaj was talking about. And you don't have to love, look, you don't have to love anybody's religion, but you got, you know, everybody has their freedom to worship what they want. You don't have to respect that shit. I mean, you have to respect it, but you don't have to love it. I'm in Southern Ohio. We are the fastest growing county in America. Under Trump, we are first. Hey, bro, what part of Ohio, bro? I'm in Central Ohio. I think we already talked about this, though. But yeah, I'm in Central. You know that. OH, baby. I'm the captain now. Okay, well, I don't know. I'm gonna go ahead and put you in the jizz corner just because I feel like it. How does that make you feel? Gary, how does that make him feel? Oh, from Cincy, so you're like a couple hours away. So you know all about the damn Springfield shit. You know all about it. You're right there too, bro. Yeah. Oh, Gary, dude, Jizz Corner's full in effect right now, Gary. Chat, have I not been fucking throwing people out left and right? Come on. Chat, it's been fucking pow, 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 pow the whole fucking time. Dude, there was a point where me and Ryan had the whole room completely timed out. The whole room. And I'm on that now. I told everybody, yo, I've been live long. He's done passed out or something. I done told everybody, bro. It's too early in the morning. I done smoked and drank too much coffee. I don't give two shits. Say something stupid. Give me a fucking reason. Yeah, I literally told the chat, Gary. I said, anybody just, start smashing the one if you need somebody to boost somebody. I get them gone. But I let them argue with each other, But then if I have to read your comment and it's stupid, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of you because I don't like fucking reading stupid shit. I don't got time for it. It hurts my eyes. I could have them closed right now. He said I was lurking. Hey, nothing wrong with some lurking, man. At least you were enjoying it. Bro, he's not doing too well right now, Gary. That's why I'm awake. That's why I'm awake, man. But he was, he came around. He was doing shitty, and he came around, and now he's back doing shitty again, and it's just been up and down, bro. Trying to get him to eat. He's like begging for food, but he's not eating. And like, it's hard to go to sleep knowing your cat's not eating or not feeling good. Second I go to sleep, dude, he's like, needs me. He's like, he knows I'm like dozing off. So, yeah. Yeah, man, especially because he was rocking out, Gary, enjoying it. I'll say this, it is super exhausting, Holly, But I'll say this, we have had a great last month together, dude. You know, I thought I was gonna lose him. I said I hope he makes it to Thanksgiving. And not only did he eat a whole bunch of turkey and get better on Thanksgiving, but he spent Christmas with me. I would love to get him for New Year's. One more New Year, man. Spent 20 something years with that man, that cat. There's something going around. My two dogs caught it and they couldn't stop drinking water. Yeah, my cat's drinking. He's still drinking water, still going to the bathroom. Hey, Hugh, you have a good night or a good morning or day. I might be live tonight. I don't know. I'll be watching football smoking today, man. So he is, Gary. And, you know, I was watching an old highlight video from last year, just like literally a year ago, and he had the same thing going on. So he said, I have one dog that's going to pass here soon. He has tumors all over. Oh, poor guy. I'm sorry, Bubba. That shit sucks. It's the worst. You know, it's the worst watching it. It's like cherishing the time you have, though. Cherish the time you got. Give them the best time you can. And, you know, they stay strong for us. Their loyalty is important. And dude, you're not lying. That's why it's like you got to stay strong for them, man. You know? Dude, that cat, my cat in particular, Marley, dude, I've eaten. One time I was tripping balls so hard, dude, and I was laying on the ground, and my grandfather had just passed away. And I was living by myself, and I hadn't tripped in a really, really long time. And when my grandfather passed away, I like drank. Night, Holly. I was drinking like day drinking some like not twisted tea, but something real strong like that. You know what I'm saying? And I ended up eating like a fat dose, like a fat piece of paper, you know? And I had to, like, my grandfather had just passed, and I had to see it. My sister shows up and starts showing me pictures of his urn and shit, you know? And I'm sitting there in the middle of a peak, dude. It just killed. Oh my gosh, it killed my fun. It killed everything, dude. It killed everything, man. YouTube, you stupid bastards. I hate it. I hope y'all didn't get a ad. I did. I don't like that. They like just do ads when they want, right? So yeah, man, she's showing me this. She has no clue. I'm just tripping my balls off. I'm at my brother's house, so I'm like, yo, I gotta go, and I just dipped out and went back to my house, and I'm like all by myself in a city that I don't know anybody, and I'm on like a very, very experienced dose of L, you know, paper. And I'm laying on the ground, anxiety, lightweight pressed, and I'm listening to Bob Marley. And Marley just comes up and lays right on my chest and purred so hard that the vibrations were going through my body and took every bit of my anxiety away, bro. And he's always been like that. They take on our pain, bro. Like you know what I'm saying? They really do. They know when you're struck, like when you're feeling it. They know. They do. Gary said, take a little solace in fact that you were there for them. It still sucks. Don't get me. No, I get it, Gary. Trust me. It's a struggle. You're fighting it. Because you know nothing lasts forever. But you just never want that day to come. Unfortunately, I don't know. But I still think Marley's got time in him because he was just jumping up on the tables, running around, being a savage. I fucked up. I'm gonna blame myself. I feel like I should have fed him better. That was my fault. I feel like he's got a stomach ache or something. Only day thinking in the summertime was the best. Drinking in the dude. It was summer too. It definitely was summer. Yeah, man. It was like I got up at noon, or I got up and by noon I lived right next to a bar and a gas station. I was hanging out with this chick who was a bartender. She's giving me shots. Next thing you know, man, I'm grabbing fucking brews, getting drunk, and I'm like, what do I got? And I'm going through all my goodies and found a bunch of. I was like, oh, I'm gonna eat some of this. I haven't eaten it in years. It's probably a bad idea. Wow, that an amazing thing, amazing story. Thanks, bro. No, it's true though. It's a true story. I have definitely a bond with Tim that with my cat that most, you spend 20 years with anything, you're gonna have a bond with them. Period. So I reflect on that. Like, man, I've taken him on tour. He's fucking sat in the circle for 2 days with us and partied. He's lived a great life. Went to hotels with me, and dude, he's and partied in different states with lots of people. He's a cool cat, bro. I'm pretty sure it's just a bug. Yeah, I hope so. That's what I'm hoping. He's got to watch the Buckeyes with me, man. He's got one more chip. Yeah, man, he probably does, that little fucker. Little fucker probably does. I think he owes me some. Where'd he go? He was right there. He probably heard us talking shit. He's like, man. And you guys know he's not feeling well because he usually be yelling at the camera. Like, let me in this bitch. Hey, man. I chop it up to his age. He don't give two shits. He's 96. He said the hell with you and your $20. I don't give a shit. But what's everybody got on their agenda for today? Gary, are you still awake or did you just wake up? Are you guys going to bed or are you guys just waking up? I'm going to activate another bull. I got Gary in this bitch. I don't even care. I got Gary in here. I got, man, I'm going to call you, Dan. What does that say? The MAGA. Oh, Inc. I got you. All right. I'm going to call you 113, though. Yep. Same, man. I mean, I woke up from, you know how I do. I woke up from a nap, got bored, no sports were on, went live and started drinking coffee in the middle of the night. Now I'm awake. You know how I do. You know? You know how I do it. I want to smoke the strongest shit I got. What's something really good I can smoke? Something that's just going to put my ass right to sleep. Permanent OG, maybe. Tim's blind, buddy, but hell so. Dude, I'm about as blind as you can get, dude. I can't see shit. Gary gets it. Right now, I'm lucky to be in this bitch. He said, I think I owe him money. Yeah, another story of Marley. Dude, yeah, I got a lot of good stories. My morning starts at 1 a.m. Man, mine used to be like that. lately I've been doing my shows at night, but I've been going to bed early so I could get up early and do them early. Like at this time, I would be getting up, but because of the holidays and all the damn Marley and stuff, man, you know, my sleep schedule is worse than it was, but it's all right. You can't, once it's over, it's over. So, did you guys do anything? Oh, it's Damage Inc. I said Demaga. See, that's how bad my eyes are, brother. That's how bad my eyes are, man. You guys probably laugh. If you see me do the reaction to that one chick yesterday, and I said she looks like Digital Damn Underground, I thought she had like the brown Humpty nose with the glasses. Dude, I saw that on the TV. She ain't look nothing like that, bro. I swear to you, I saw Humpty, bro. I saw fucking Digital Underground or whatever the fuck. I'm not even lying, dude. I truly thought that. I was like, yo, I need to go in and fix that. Hey, it's cool, bro. I'm still calling you 113. Or Damage. I can call you Damage, but I already got the 113 because it's very more easy to pick out. It's the Candy OG. Dude, everybody's fucking with this candy. I got some Candy Rain. And I haven't opened it yet. And it's London Pound Cake with Gelato 41. And I haven't opened it yet, but it's from like from the top shelf. You know, it's from the best grower that you can get your hands on. The better quality streams at this hour. There's better qualities. Yeah, I mean, it just depends. You know? It just depends on what type of content or what mood you're in, you know? Gummies? Bro, my brother, dude, picks me up on Christmas Eve, like, gives me a gummy. I'm good. Like, I don't know, a few hours into the party, he hands me 3 gummies and he said, you have to eat them all right now. And he told me they were only 10 milligrams. That bastard gave me 50 milligrams a piece. He knocked me out, dude. I was like 9 o'clock in the night, dude, and I thought it was like 4 in the morning and shit. Oh yeah, it was. He told me it was. He wanted, because I told they didn't think I'd get up for Christmas. So he's like, I did it on purpose so you'd go to bed. So when he picked me, we got together in the morning and we're smoking. Yeah, I thought she was Shock G, bro. I've seen them in cons. I seen Digital Underground at a rave, bro. So I knew it right away. I knew that. I actually seen him actually go from Shock G to Humpty. Like I seen him come out as Shock G, and then when he went to do the Humpty song, he actually went back and put on his Humpty outfit and shit. It was right after Tupac died, bro. That was a dope show. They came out with bottles of Hennessy and were just passing them around the crowd. Like they would open one, take a swig, and just hand it. And they just kept handing them around. There was probably like 10 or 12 bottles in circulation. They're doing fucking balloons on the stage. Bro, this was back in the day when, raves were raves. It was a real rave, Extra trichromes, that's what the candy means. I'm a decent one of those 3 kings from Humboldt County. I have their anniversary strings. Nice, dude. That's right, dude. You're from Ohio. Do you ever go to the dispensary? I got the mine's like Woodward. Banana Mac and the Candy Rain and I like Woodward. Right now I'm permanent OG I got some rainbow marker. That's probably one of my favorite strains too. I love the permanent marker, and I like the RS11. I like both. They're gas. Those are my favorite strains right now. Shock G, the one who put the satin on your panties. Oh yeah, dude, Shock G was dope. R.I.P. to Shock G, bro. He was dope live, man. They did I Get Around. It was right after Pac died. And they did I Get Around in memory of Pac. That's when they were handing around all the bottles of liquor. That shit was dope. He was a porn king as well. Nice. I'm Shock G, the one who put the satin on your panties. Never knew a hooker that could share Yeah. Remember the Sex Packets album with the condom on the cover? That was classic. That was when that was like breaking that was like a new age thing, man. But you know what I'm talking about? It's like dark and everything's like that neon like aqua, and he has the condom, the magnum on the cover. That was one of the dopest albums. For real. Round and round, round and round. Oh, wow. Man, I wish the college football games were on today, man. I gotta wait a whole week. Or not week, but I gotta wait some more days, bro. I gotta wait some more days. But yeah, I think, what was I gonna say? Well, now that it's just us, I don't have to bitch at the people that hated Trump. Bro, I can't stand it. Gary, I don't fucking like him. I don't hate him. I don't give a shit about him at all. I like him more than I dislike him. But people think that you just like die or live or die with the guy. It's like, no. No, dude. Honestly, you gave me the choice of a chick that doesn't know her fucking ass from her, you know what, or an old man that couldn't walk up the stairs, or Trump. Who you gonna pick? I mean, come on. Anybody that like gives anybody shit for that, you're stupid. I don't understand it, bro. Yeah, he's an icon, bro. He's funny as shit. Me and Gary have gotten so many laughs out of Trump. Hell, man, on my Discord back in the day, I used to, like I do the shows now and I be showing the shit. I used to show all of this stuff on my Discords. And we used to sit around and laugh our ass off, dude. Like, I think, you know what? Maybe even tomorrow, I'll show the old Hillary Trump debate. That shit will be fun to watch. That shit was funny, bro. That was a good damn debate. No, I do remember Home Alone. Which one was you with Chevy Chase? I'm sure he was in a few movies. Don't tell me like plane, trains, and automobiles. Like he was on the plane. I'm joking. You know what I'm saying? Hi, Marley. What's up, buddy? Do you remember when Kraft Mac and Cheese had a dinosaur mascot named... Bro, I kind of do. I definitely do. And there's nothing like some good old Kraft macaroni and cheese. I'm telling you right now. Especially like the The fucking wheel ones are like, I forget which ones they were. Which ones are they with the better cheese? Oh, the spirals. What the fuck? Did I say wheels? I meant spirals. The spirals, bro. That's funny as shit. Gary done left me. He said, Shock G is a student and I'm out. I was going to tell his ass to text me later on and play some poker, motherfucker. We'll play some pokey pokes. What else do we got left here? What else? Who else is left in the building? Anybody left? Oh, there's 72 people. How many likes are we at? Let's see where we're at, likewise. 64. That's pretty bad, dude. That is a very bad. Dude, I had like 100 something last night. Very bad tonight, but it's okay, guys. Clearly, I didn't do good enough show for you guys, but it's okay. That's what makes them different from us. We are free thinkers and we don't want to. Exactly. That's it. I don't want to be put in a box, bro. I don't want to be like, oh, you're on this side or you're on this side. No, I don't like none of the sides. How about that? How about that one? How about I don't trust any of it and you all just leave me alone? Oh, that's what I was going to show. It might be too late now, but that's what I was going to show, was this. I was going to show it when the Bleeding Hearts were in here, but now it's us, but it's still interesting. Hold on. Trump. I don't know what this means, really. If somebody wants to help me decipher, you can. But I was assuming because I have my medical card, I don't really give a shit. I'm going to be honest.
President Trump has signed an executive order to speed up the rescheduling of marijuana. It would shift marijuana from a Schedule 1 drug to a Schedule 3 drug. And tonight we're taking a closer look at that decision and what that could ultimately mean for Hoosiers. In one of the most significant federal level changes in drug policy, President Trump signed an executive order to expedite the process of reclassifying marijuana from a Schedule 1 to a Schedule 3 drug.
I want to emphasize that the order I am about to sign is not the legalization, or it doesn't legalize marijuana in any way, shape.
President Trump says the move will improve medical marijuana research and access to certain CBD products for medical purposes.
We have people begging for me to do this, people that are in great pain.
Now institutions will be more open and free to research and to be able to prove what we've been saying all along.
Lucy Lumen is the chair of Indiana NORML, a group advocating for the complete legalization and decriminalization of marijuana.
Dude, I live right next to Indiana, and we're a rec state, right? And we can grow up to 12 plants per household. We're allowed to have like 2.5 ounces of flour, like a half ounce of oil. Me personally, because I have my card, I could have 45 days worth, which is like 4.5 ounces. But Indiana's right next to me, like an hour and a half away, and it's illegal as shit there. It's really weird.
Marijuana. Lumen says while this executive order does neither.
One of the things that it most impacts Indiana is a lot of our legislators have previously argued that there's no medical benefit. This directly proves that that is not the case. While we haven't seen any legislation being put forth yet, I do anticipate.
And they keep saying there's no medical benefit. That's gotta be big pharma and fucking the alcohol industry and shit trying to lobby against this. They're like coming up with all these new diseases and weed diseases. Like, bro, there was never weed diseases ever. Now there's weed diseases. Come on.
Anticipate that it will be a part of the conversation going forward this session.
But some groups against legalizing weed say not so fast.
It's going to take a while to go through the process.
Kevin Sabet is a former White House drug policy advisor. He says Indiana Republican leadership has expressed virtually no interest in legalizing cannabis.
I don't think that the majority, the executive office either, is really going to use this as a green light to go ahead and change Indiana marijuana laws.
On top of that, Sabet says the rescheduling process could still take months or even years to finalize.
It still has to go through a big process through the DEA and the Attorney General and the Health and Human Services. So we really don't know.
Indiana Attorney General Todd Rokita joining 7 other attorneys general expressing concerns with the decision. A joint statement reading in part, quote, "Since before President Trump took office, many of us have argued against the rescheduling of marijuana. We will evaluate the order closely to determine how we can best continue to engage, protect the public health, and ensure the safety of our citizens."
As of today, no bills regarding marijuana policy have been officially introduced this session. The General Assembly will reconvene on January 5th.
All right, I've got one more thing, then I'm going to bed, y'all. I don't nobody's talking in the chat, so I'm gonna play something because I would be doing this if I wasn't live. So I'm gonna play. I think it's this one. Hold on, I don't want to do this one. Hold on. This one. No, I'll do the other one. This one. If it sucks, I'll turn it off. But I think it's a good one. The school bus one is the one I was looking for. I'll play it tomorrow or next time.
We believe at least 2 of these drug dealers were playing Russian roulette with people's lives, pushing pills that were disguised as the prescription painkiller oxycodone, when in actuality, the pills were fentanyl.
I don't think we're going to necessarily ask for a declaration of war. I think we're just going to people that are bringing drugs into our country. Okay, we're going to kill them.
Tons of drugs. Put this in perspective, filling 4 18-wheelers. 4. All the drugs just in the last month that have been taken off the streets. 58,000 kilos of cocaine. Think about a big backyard swimming pool. That would fill 1.5 swimming pools. Just the powder cocaine that has been removed, saving lives this last month, thanks to all of these people around the table. 2,300 kilos of fentanyl powder and 2.1 million fentanyl pills off the streets. And as the president said, more than
That's crazy.
1,000 illegal guns.
April 8th, 2025, Interstate 40, somewhere between Oklahoma City and Little Rock. Arkansas State Police pulled over a semi-truck for a routine DOT inspection. The driver seemed nervous. The paperwork checked out. Transnational freight services, America's third largest trucking company. But when DOT inspectors used density scanners on the trailer, they found something impossible. The machinery parts weighed 400 pounds less than the manifest claimed. Inside hidden compartments built into the trailer walls, 340 kilograms of pure cocaine worth $12 million on the street. The driver, a transnational employee for 6 years with a clean record, immediately cooperated. What he told investigators triggered the largest corporate corruption case in FB1 history. Transnational Freight Services wasn't just compromised by a few bad drivers. The entire company was a cartel-front operation.
I think they say that every time because I've got 4 stories here and it's like the same story in every state. Like, come on, bro. This is happening in every state. Like, there's tons of it. It's what they let you catch. If they say they caught this, imagine how much they really let go.
The Sinaloa cartel had purchased it 2 years earlier through shell corporations, transforming America's third largest trucking company into the most sophisticated drug distribution network law enforcement had ever encountered. Over the next 3 weeks, FBI would discover that 89 of Transnational's 400 drivers were knowingly hauling drugs, that the company's 23 warehouses across 14 states were distribution hubs processing tons of narcotics monthly. That legitimate freight and drug shipments were mixed together, making detection nearly impossible. And that over 5 years, this operation had moved $2.4 billion worth of drugs across America's highways, hidden in plain sight among millions of legitimate deliveries. How did the FBI take down a $3 billion trucking empire that had become the cartel's highway to America? Hit like, comment, and subscribe before we reveal the interstate takedown that arrested 89 drivers in one day.
We have something cool here. What you're looking at is the new Speediance home gym. This one is called the Gym Monster.
Major corporations trusted Transnational to move everything from automotive parts to consumer electronics. The company employed over 8,000 people, maintained impeccable safety ratings, and had never faced serious legal scrutiny. But in 2022, something changed. The founding family sold the company for $850 million to an investment group called American Logistics Partners, LLC. The sale made business news as a successful exit for the founders. Company operations continued normally, trucks kept rolling, customers noticed no difference. What nobody knew, American Logistics Partners was a shell corporation controlled by the Sinaloa cartel. The $850 million came from drug proceeds laundered through Mexican businesses, Chinese underground banks, and cryptocurrency exchanges. Within 18 months, Transnational had been weaponized into the most sophisticated drug distribution network in America. The operation worked like this. Drugs crossed the Mexican border hidden in commercial shipments or smuggled through cartel-controlled corridors. They arrived at Transnational's El Paso warehouse, which the cartel now controlled. Warehouse workers, 32 of them on cartel payroll, received the drugs and loaded them into specially modified trailers alongside legitimate freight. These trailers were then assigned to the 89 corrupted drivers who would transport them to distribution hubs across the country. The destinations were Transnational warehouses in Atlanta, Chicago, Philadelphia, Phoenix, Houston, Dallas, Charlotte, Memphis, and 11 other cities. At each warehouse, cartel operatives working as warehouse staff would extract the drugs and distribute them to local dealers. The trucks would then reload with legitimate freight and continue their routes, maintaining the appearance of normal commercial operations. Over 5 years, this network moved 180 tons of cocaine, 45 tons of methamphetamine, and 8 tons of fentanyl across American highways. The investigation that would destroy Transnational began with that single Arkansas traffic stop in April 2025. When the driver agreed to cooperate, he provided FBI with devastating information. He wasn't the only Transnational driver hauling drugs. There were dozens of others. The company's warehouses were distribution centers. FBI worked entirely outside the company, using federal resources to build a case without alerting anyone inside Transnational. FBI subpoenaed Transnational's shipping records going back 3 years. Analysts identified patterns. Certain trucks repeatedly made runs to the same warehouses, often with cargo manifests that didn't match the stated goods. Specific drivers were assigned these suspicious routes repeatedly. Warehouse deliveries occurred at odd hours when legitimate operations would be closed. Financial investigators traced American Logistics Partners, LLC, through layers.
How can you have a lisp and decide to be a narrator? I mean, it's all right. I'm dealing with it, but
of shell corporations. FBI installed GPS trackers on trucks driven by suspected corrupt drivers. Surveillance teams followed them to destinations where, instead of delivering to legitimate customers, drivers met with individuals later identified as cartel distributors. Undercover agents posing as truckers applied for jobs at Transnational and were eventually approached with offers to make extra money on special runs. DEA contributed intelligence from ongoing cartel investigations. Wiretaps on known Sinaloa operatives revealed references to the freight company and the trucks. Cartel communications discussed shipment schedules that matched Transnational's delivery routes. The evidence mounted. Transnational Freight Services wasn't compromised. It was controlled. By June 2025, FBI had identified 89 drivers who were knowingly transporting drugs. They documented 23 warehouses functioning as distribution hubs. They traced the corporate ownership to cartel shell companies. And they had evidence showing $2.4 billion in drug proceeds flowing through this operation over 5 years. The challenge now, how do you arrest 89 drivers simultaneously across multiple states without warning others? How do you raid 23 warehouses at once? And how do you shut down a $3 billion trucking company without disrupting legitimate commerce and destroying the livelihoods of 7,000 plus innocent employees? July 15th, 2025, 5 a.m. Eastern Time. FBI tactical teams, DEA agents, and state police coordinated the largest simultaneous arrest operation in commercial transportation history. Operation Rolling Thunder would execute across 18 states simultaneously. FBI had spent 2 weeks tracking the locations of all 89 corrupt drivers. Some were at home, others were mid-route at truck stops. 17 were at transnational warehouses loading or unloading cargo. GPS trackers gave real-time positions on every target. At exactly 5:03 a.m., federal agents moved simultaneously. In Texas, FBI pulled over 3 transnational trucks on I-10 and arrested drivers with 600 kilograms of cocaine in hidden compartments. In Georgia, agents raided a truck stop and arrested 4 drivers who were coordinating their routes. In Illinois, tactical teams breached a transnational warehouse where agents found 12 employees processing 2 tons of methamphetamine concealed among automotive parts. At Transnational's corporate headquarters in Memphis, FBI executed a search warrant and seized all company records. Management was shocked. The legitimate executives running daily operations had no idea the company had been purchased by cartels. Only a handful of cartel operatives in key positions knew the truth. Across America, similar scenes played out. Drivers were arrested at rest stops, in driveways, at loading docks. Warehouse raids uncovered hidden drug processing rooms behind false walls. Mechanics who'd built hidden compartments were taken into custody. Dispatch coordinators who'd assigned drug runs were arrested at their desks. By 2 p.m., all 89 drivers were in federal custody. 23 warehouses were secured. 12 company executives and warehouse managers with direct knowledge of the operation were arrested. And FBI had seized company records documenting 5 years of criminal activity. The drug seizures were massive. 18 tons of cocaine found in trucks and warehouses, 4 tons of methamphetamine, 680 kilograms of fentanyl, and $67 million in cash. Investigators discovered the hidden compartment designs were sophisticated, built into trailer walls, fuel tanks, and cargo spaces, with hydraulic mechanisms that made detection nearly impossible during normal inspections.
This game, you're not ready for it.
July 16th, 2025. Attorney General Pamela Bondi held a press conference in Washington, D.C., alongside FBI Director Christopher Wray, DEA Administrator Ann Milgram, and Department of Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. Yesterday, federal law enforcement dismantled the largest commercial drug trafficking network in American history. The Sinaloa cartel didn't just infiltrate a trucking company, they purchased one. For 5 years, transnational freight services moved billions of dollars in drugs across our highways while maintaining the appearance of legitimate commerce. 89 drivers knowingly transported drugs, 23 warehouses served as distribution centers, and American roads became cartel highways. The charges were comprehensive. All 89 drivers faced federal conspiracy to distribute narcotics, interstate drug trafficking, and money laundering charges carrying 15 to 40 years in prison. 12 company insiders with direct knowledge faced additional charges of running a continuing criminal enterprise with potential life sentences. And FBI was pursuing seizure of the entire company under federal asset forfeiture laws. The evidence was overwhelming. GPS data tracked drug deliveries. Hidden compartments were photographed and documented. Seized records showed payment structures for corrupt drivers. Financial analysis proved cartel ownership. Faced with this evidence, 76 drivers accepted plea agreements within 2 months, receiving sentences ranging from 15 to 28 years. 13 drivers went to trial, all were convicted. Transnational freight services filed for bankruptcy within days. The company's legitimate assets, trucks, warehouses, customer contracts, were sold to competitors. The $850 million the cartel paid was forfeited to the federal government. Over 7,000 innocent employees lost their jobs, though many were hired by competing companies that absorbed transnational's customer base. The investigation revealed how deep the cartel's corporate infiltration had gone. They'd used legitimate business structures, American banking, and legal commerce to build a drug network that operated for 5 years without detection. The strategy was so effective that cartels in Mexico immediately began seeking other companies to purchase. Congress held hearings on corporate ownership transparency. New legislation required enhanced vetting of major corporate acquisitions, particularly in transportation industries. DOT implemented random deep inspections of commercial trucks using advanced scanning technology. And FBI created a corporate infiltration task force dedicated to identifying legitimate businesses purchased or controlled by criminal organizations. President Trump addressed Operation Rolling Thunder during a speech on combating drug trafficking. The cartels thought they could buy an American company and turn our highways into their drug routes. They were wrong. We shut it down. We arrested everyone involved. And we sent a message. American commerce is not for sale to criminals. As of November 2025, the impact is clear. Interstate drug trafficking via commercial trucks has dropped 41% as cartels lost their most reliable distribution method. Enhanced DOT inspections have seized 12 additional drug shipments in commercial vehicles. And the fear that legitimate businesses could be cartel fronts has prompted increased scrutiny of major corporate acquisitions. The Transnational Freight Services building in Memphis, once headquarters to a $3 billion operation, sits empty, a monument to ambition corrupted by greed. The thousands of trucks that once bore the company logo have been repainted and redistributed to legitimate carriers. And the 89 drivers who chose to betray their profession will spend decades in federal prison, their lives destroyed by decisions that seemed profitable but proved catastrophic. If you believe these stories of justice must be told, then like this.
I don't believe it. I got one more. But this one's Ohio. There's a lot going on in Ohio. Hold up. Toledo especially.
On December 10th at 2:14 a.m. in Toledo, Ohio, emergency room staff noticed something that should not have happened. Within the same night, overdose patients were brought in from different parts of the city, and none of them knew each other. but all had taken the same drug at nearly the same strength. This was not normal. Within 6 weeks, 132 people were dead across 4 Midwestern states. Toxicology reports showed fentanyl mixed with methamphetamine, with purity levels above 80%, a level that street dealers almost never reach by accident. That raised one clear question. This drug was not being mixed on the street. It was being prepared somewhere else, under control. As investigators looked deeper, they saw something even more disturbing. Overdose spikes were not random. They appeared shortly after certain freight deliveries arrived. Not in big cities first, but in truck towns, warehouse towns, and logistics hubs that most people never think about. This was no longer about who sold the drugs. It was about how the drugs were moved. The goal of this investigation was not to chase dealers or seize small packages. The goal was to find the pipeline moving poison through legal supply chains, to identify who controlled that movement, and to understand how a system built to deliver food and medicine could quietly deliver death instead. What you are about to see is not a simple drug bust. It is a system being exposed. Subscribe to the channel so you do not miss what comes next. And before we continue, tell me, what year were you born? On December 10th, at 2:14 a.m., a small hospital in northern Ohio recorded another overdose. The kind doctors see too often during long winter nights. By sunrise, 9 more people were gone. Different towns, different families, different lives, all with the same ending. Within 6 weeks, 132 people were dead across 4 states. When toxicology reports came back, investigators noticed something disturbing. Every case showed the same mixture. Fentanyl combined with methamphetamine, processed to a purity level above 80%. That number mattered. On the street, fentanyl rarely reaches that strength. This was not careless mixing or a bad batch. It was precise and consistent, more like a factory setting than a street-level mistake. DEA analysts reviewed the data side by side. There were no cartel symbols, no gang colors, and no signs of turf wars. Instead, the drug appeared quietly and regularly, almost as if it were following a delivery schedule. In one county stop, officers seized 23 pounds of fentanyl, enough to kill more than 5 million people. Nearby, they recovered weapons linked to the same flow: a Glock 19 handgun, an AR-15 rifle, a Mossberg 500 shotgun, practical tools meant to protect movement, not draw attention. By January, overdose calls rose 400% along one transport corridor. Not major cities, but truck towns and warehouse towns where freight moves every day. To investigators, it felt deeply wrong, like poison moving through grocery supply chains. This was not street dealing. This was distribution. So ask yourself this: if this much drug is moving so quietly, who is moving it, and how is no one seeing it? The investigation did not start with dealers or street arrests. It started with timing. Analysts—
Who do you think is doing it? Whoever's watching this, who do you think's doing it?
lined up overdose reports next to freight records and shipping logs. When they slowed the data down, a pattern appeared. Deaths rose a few days after certain shipments arrived. Not once, not twice, over and over again. DEA followed the drugs backward, not to corners or apartments, but to loading docks and warehouse yards. The trail ran through refrigerated trucks, storage facilities, and short-haul transport routes that moved every day without notice. 3 streams of information were stacked together. First, overdose spikes that followed a steady rhythm. Second, transport companies with small fleets but non-stop schedules. Third, sudden cash growth inside—
This is the exact same scenario as the other one. This is going on all around our country, like the last person.
businesses that officially moved food and industrial supplies. Each piece looked legal on its own. Together, they formed a pipeline. The drugs were not hidden in secret compartments. They were blended into normal freight, packed alongside frozen goods and boxed equipment. Once the trucks crossed into the interior, inspections stopped. The cargo became domestic, invisible, to investigators. It felt like watching poison flow through plumbing no one ever checks. Clean on the outside, lethal inside. This was no longer a question of where drugs were sold. It was about how drugs were delivered. So think about this. If drugs can move the same way groceries move, how many times have they already passed through your town without anyone knowing? By the time investigators reached this point, the drugs were no longer the mystery. The mystery was control. Teams from DEA and FBI covered entire walls with maps, shipping schedules, and timestamps. Every route was traced. Every stop was logged. What looked like chaos at first slowly tightened into a shape that felt uncomfortable. Not random, not scattered, directed. They started with companies, then fleets, then warehouses. Every time they removed one layer, the pattern stayed intact. That was when they stopped asking where the drugs were moving and started asking who was moving them. One logistics firm kept appearing. Not the biggest, not the flashiest. A regional operation with fewer than 40 trucks and 2 cold storage facilities. On paper, it looked ordinary. Clean audits, clean taxes, no criminal history. Then analysts pulled 12 months of internal data. In that year alone, the company scheduled over 6,000 short-haul runs. Nearly half passed through the same 3 warehouses. Those same warehouses appeared again and again in overdose timelines, 7 to 14 days after specific deliveries. Deaths followed down the line like falling dominoes. This was not luck. They zoomed in further. Dispatch records showed one constant. A single operations director approved every route change, every late night run, every last minute reschedule. He did not drive trucks. He did not touch cargo. He controlled timing. 2 investigators. He looked less like a trafficker and more like an air traffic controller. He never touched the planes, but nothing landed without his signal. Financial teams joined in. They tracked payments tied to those routes. Small margins on paper, but when added together, the numbers climbed fast. Over 1 year, more than $80 million moved through shell invoices, storage fees, and emergency rerouting charges. That was the moment the room went quiet. No street dealer moves that kind of money. No local gang runs that clean. This was a war fought without gunfire. Still, weapons were there. During a warehouse compliance check tied to the same network, agents cataloged what they found. A Glock 19 pistol stored in a desk drawer. An AR-15 rifle locked behind a false wall. A Mossberg 500 shotgun leaning behind pallets. No fingerprints filed. No reports written. The guns were not meant to be used. They were meant to remind. Technology played its part. The operation relied on routing software used across the shipping industry. The same systems that keep food fresh and medicine on time were used here. Algorithms predicted traffic. Weather delays were built in. If a highway slowed, the system suggested alternate paths automatically. To the software, drugs and groceries looked identical. Investigators compared it to poison moving through pipes designed for drinking water. The pipes worked perfectly. That was the problem. Communication stayed clean. No drug language, no threats. Messages referenced pallets, temperature thresholds, and delivery windows. One message stood out. It read simply that a shipment needed priority handling due to sensitivity. That shipment aligned exactly with the largest overdose spike recorded that quarter. This was not a smuggling ring. It was logistics warfare. Every decision had a counter-decision. When law enforcement increased highway patrols, routes shifted inland. When inspections increased at one facility, cargo flowed to another. It was like fighting smoke. Grab one place and it slipped somewhere else. Analysts ran simulations. They removed one warehouse from the map. The system adapted. They removed a second. The flow slowed but did not stop. When they removed the operations director from the model, everything collapsed. That was the answer. The drugs had a face now. He was not violent. He was not loud. He wore a badge and carried spreadsheets. In meetings, agents described the operation using simple language so everyone could understand. This man did not sell drugs. He scheduled them. He did not hide packages. He timed them. He turned a legal supply chain into a weapon by touching only the parts no one ever questioned. To them, it felt like discovering that a city had been taken over without a single shot fired. No sirens, no broken doors, just quiet control. By the end of that week, the numbers were undeniable. Over 3 years, the pipeline was linked to more than 200 overdose deaths. The estimated street value of the drugs moved through the network exceeded $400 million. Not one shipment had been flagged at the border. The fight was no longer about evidence. It was about responsibility. In the command room, someone finally said what everyone was thinking. This was not about stopping trucks. This was about stopping a system that knew how to move faster than attention. From that moment on, the investigation changed shape. They stopped watching the roads. They watched the man who decided when the roads mattered. The war was no longer hidden. It was just quiet. Once the system had been fully exposed, there was no suspense left in the operation itself because everything that would happen next had already been written in the data. The investigation was finished. What remained was simply the work of shutting the pipeline down. The warrants were signed quietly after several layers of review, with every location listed in advance and every team assigned a specific task, because the goal was not shock or speed, but control. Clocks were synchronized across agencies so that nothing would move ahead of schedule and nothing would be left behind. At 4:30 a.m., teams moved at the same time across the region, entering warehouses, dispatch offices, and cold storage facilities that had appeared on the maps for weeks. There were no sirens and no shouting, only doors opening and lights coming on as workers looked up in confusion, unaware that the system they trusted had already collapsed. Inside the first warehouse, agents found exactly what the models predicted. Pallets were stacked neatly, temperature logs were current, and security cameras were active and recording. In one refrigerated unit, agents opened a sealed shipment that looked identical to hundreds of others. Behind layers of frozen food packaging were tightly wrapped bricks of fentanyl. 46 pounds in a single unit, hidden so cleanly that no routine inspection would have questioned it. At another site, dispatch servers were still running, displaying routing software schedules weeks into the future, delivery windows, rest times, and route adjustments all followed the same precise rhythm investigators had already mapped, confirming that the system was still trying to operate even as it was being dismantled. In an office nearby, agents cataloged burner phones stored in a desk drawer. There were no messages about drugs or money, only notes about timing, delivery priorities, and schedule changes. Weapons were found in the same space: a Glock 19 handgun, an AR-15 rifle, a Mossberg 500 shotgun. They were clean, unfired, and stored out of sight, not meant for violence, but for pressure. By 6 a.m., multiple warehouses were secured, and across all locations more than 100 pounds of fentanyl and methamphetamine had been seized, an amount capable of killing millions of people. The central figure was taken into custody without resistance. Walking silently past loading docks he once controlled with spreadsheets and schedules. Financial teams moved immediately after, freezing accounts and flagging shell invoices, locking down more than $120 million within hours. To the public, it looked sudden. To investigators, it felt inevitable. This was not a dramatic victory. It was confirmation. The system stopped because the switch had finally been turned off. After the arrests were made and the warehouses were sealed, the effects did not stop at the loading docks or inside the court filings. They spread outward, slowly and unevenly, into places that had nothing to do with the investigation room walls where the maps once hung. Within days, Freight schedules across the corridor went quiet. Trucks that used to move every night stayed parked. Drivers woke up to canceled routes and unanswered calls. Warehouse workers arrived for shifts that no longer existed. None of them had touched drugs. None of them knew they were part of a pipeline. But when the system stopped, they felt it first. In the weeks that followed, hospitals noticed something unusual.
I've got a story about this, the same type thing, but they were using school buses.
Overdose admissions dropped sharply across the same towns that had been hit the hardest. Emergency rooms that had been overwhelmed in December and January finally had space again. Paramedics reported nights without a single call tied to fentanyl. It was the clearest proof investigators had that the pipeline had been real, but the silence came with weight. Financial records showed the scale of what had been cut off. More than $400 million in estimated street value had moved through the network over several years. Money that never passed through street dealers in the usual way. Money that flowed like utility payments, predictable and clean, until it was not. Court documents described the operation as efficient and disciplined. Judges described it as unusually quiet. There were no dramatic confessions, no public outbursts, just schedules, invoices, routing tables, and signatures laid out page after page. The case was built on patterns, not personalities. For communities along the corridor, the damage was harder to measure. Some businesses closed overnight. Some families lost income with no warning. Others learned that the company they trusted had been something else entirely. Trust did not collapse all at once. It cracked slowly. Investigators faced their own questions. The system they dismantled had used the same tools that move food, medicine, and supplies every day. Software designed to prevent delays had prevented detection. Procedures meant to reduce risk had reduced scrutiny. Nothing had been broken. Everything had worked as designed. That was the hardest part to explain. Internal reviews later used the same word again and again. Blind spot. Not because people were careless, but because the operation lived inside normal behavior. It hid in routines. It survived by looking boring. By spring, prosecutors filed charges that reached far beyond trafficking, conspiracy, money laundering, abuse of commercial infrastructure. The sentences would take years to resolve. The effects would take longer. For the agents who worked the case, there was no moment of celebration. Only a quiet understanding that stopping this pipeline did not mean the problem was solved. It meant it had been seen. The system that moved the drugs was gone. But the lesson remained. When something...
Was it gone or was it just replaced? I feel like it was just replaced. I don't think it's gone. Because I've got 100 more stories like this. There's no way. But they're just telling you, like, that's how, like, the shit goes.
Moves too smoothly for too long. When no one asks how or why.
No way.
That is when control takes hold. Not with force. Not with noise. But with silence. And silence, as they had learned, can carry more weight than any weapon. This story was never just about drugs. It was about how easily something deadly can hide inside systems we trust every day. What made this case dangerous was not the fentanyl alone. It was the way it moved. Quietly. Legally. On schedules designed for food and medicine. Nothing looked broken. Nothing looked rushed. Everything worked exactly as planned. And that is why it lasted so long. The biggest lesson here is uncomfortable but simple. Crime does not always look like chaos. Sometimes it looks organized. Sometimes it looks professional. Sometimes it looks like a normal job, a normal company, and a normal routine that no one questions. This case shows that stopping drugs is not only about chasing dealers or seizing packages, it is about paying attention to patterns. It is about asking why something moves too smoothly, too cleanly, for too long. When people stop asking questions, systems do not fail loudly. They fail quietly. And when they fail quietly, the damage spreads far. It reaches hospitals, families, towns that never thought they were part of the problem. By the time the truth comes out, the cost is already paid by people who had no idea what was happening behind the scenes. If there is one thing to take from this story, it is this. Oversight matters. Curiosity matters. Silence is never neutral. It always protects something. If you found value in this breakdown,
Crackdown now targeting Ohio. ICE arresting illegal immigrants in the capital, Columbus, and across the state in what's being dubbed Operation Buckeye. Agents nabbing criminals, aliens from places like India and Somalia, some convicted of violent crimes, sex offenses, felony robbery, and drug possession. Let's bring in ICE Deputy Director Madison Sheehan. She is in Ohio for Operation Buckeye. Madison, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Well, what's the latest you're seeing there in the Buckeye State?
Well, we were able to kick this operation off on December 16th. And with this operation, we've had a lot of success very quickly. Our officers have gone out and truly arrested the worst of the worst. We have arrested gang members, murderers, and rapists. We've arrested people with sex crime charges. We've arrested people with DWI charges. And we've been able to go after these people that have been in this country illegally. They've taken advantage of the system here in Ohio, and we're putting a stop to that, allowing us to go after the worst of the worst who have been embedded themselves in these communities near Columbus, Ohio.
The Columbus mayor is protesting. I want to play a clip from him, and I'll get you to react.
Our police will not be used to carry out these operations. Columbus is already safe without federal intervention. Please take care of one another and know that your community leaders see and support you.
What's your response to him, and is his protest causing you any issues?
Well, look, we will continue to go into cities no matter if the locals want to work with us or not. Sanctuary cities policies, leaders who don't want to work with ICE is not going to deter ICE from doing our job. We want to walk beside law enforcement officers to allow them to go after the worst of the worst, the people that have been wreaking havoc in their communities. Now, if this
we're going to do it regardless.
Well, that's not going to stop us from going in and removing these criminals who have wreaked havoc on the American people.
Man, we were watching the protests. They're just blowing whistles and yelling. Like, dude, that's not going to stop them
for far too long.
Meantime, ICE agents are also doing enforcement operations in Maryland. That's where they say this van tried to run them over on Christmas Eve. Police say agents approached the van in a quiet neighborhood south of Baltimore, and the driver headed right at them, then hit vehicles as he tried to get away. The ICE agent shot into the van, wounding the Portuguese driver. His Salvadoran passenger suffered whiplash when the van hit a building. Homeland Security says both are here illegally on overstayed visas. This is just the latest in a sharp rise in vehicle attacks on federal agents since President Trump took office January 20th. 71 attacks on Customs and Border Protection agents, up 58% from last year, and 28 car attacks on ICE, up a stunning 1,300%. Here is Border Czar Tom Homan.
Tell him, Tom. Officers, so I looked at the numbers the other day. I've never seen so many prosecutions in my life. So we're sending a strong message. There is zero consequence. You put a hand on an ICE officer. If you interfere with an ICE officer, you'll get a set of handcuffs, and you're going to go to jail, and you're going to be federally prosecuted.
How troubling is this trend for your agents in the field who are at times targets?
Well, what we've seen is Democrat lawmakers continue to use this dangerous rhetoric. They're pushing this narrative online that if an ICE officer attacks you, you should use your vehicle to ram against them. This is dangerous. This puts our officers in danger. This puts the aliens in danger. These aliens that they swear they're here to protect when our law enforcement officers are out doing their job. You know, Secretary Noem and President Trump have allowed the ICE officers to go out and do their job. Every single day, Secretary Noem empowers us to go after the worst of the worst, to go after criminals who have been in this country illegally. And that's what our officers will continue to do. Even as this threat level rises, we will continue to go do our job.
Then there's Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota's daughter, Hope, with this pointed Christmas message.
I just want to Merry Christmas
I
to
can't believe I'm
all.
watching this.
Today I am holding all of our neighbors that ICE has been terrorizing near and dear to my heart, and sending them love and light, as well as all of our unhoused folks and just anybody that may be struggling right now. I'm holding very close to me, and I hope that you can all do so as well.
Merry Christmas to the illegals. What do you make of that?
Well, look, Governor Walz has proven that he does not take care of his people. He's allowed his cities to wreak havoc, and he has not had any law and order in his communities. And, you know, this just adds to that narrative that empowers people to go after federal law enforcement officers. If you touch a federal law enforcement officers, there will be penalties that come with that. We will continue to go after the worst of the worst. We will continue to enforce the immigration law as it's written every single day, no matter what.
Madison Sheehan from ICE, many thanks for your time today. Great to see you.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagna.
You have a great day, and I will see you guys later on tonight. God bless. Peace out.